Here is the completed project which has been fully deployed to the production. So before we dive in, I'm going to just quickly run a test to see what we'll be doing. So it's a basic task management app where users can log in and create a task and you can manage a task. So I'm going to just log in right here. You can actually create an account on the register page. So I already have an account, so let me just log in and then see how it goes. So click on login and you're going to be logged in. And when you log in, you're going to see the task you've created and you can actually manage your task right here. We have tasks by, you can select a task by priority. We can have tasks that are high. We can have tasks that are medium, and you can also have tasks that are low. At the same time, you can also select a task that you've completed or a task that is in a pending state. For tasks that are completed, they have this kind of completion mark right here. Whenever you are done with the task, you can just click on mark completed and that task is going to be marked as completed. So now let's click to add a task and see how it goes. So you just click on this icon right here. You can add a task. Let's just type a title, let's say to play football. You can add the description and then the date you want the task to be completed. You can just click on this to pick a date and select that right here. And you can select the priority of the task. Just click on create a task. You can see that has been added and is currently low and is currently ongoing. When we can edit it, let's say probably there's a change in plan, you can come right here and just edit it and click on update. And that has been edited right here. You can actually delete it if you are done with it. Click on delete and that task is gone, and yeah, you can mark as completed and thereabouts. So we can actually filter by priority. We can also filter by the pending state if it's completed or not. So now let me log in at a different user and see a task that belongs to her. So click on log out right here. You've been logged out. Let me just log in right here as Sarah. I think Sarah is a different person. And log in. You can see this is Sarah and these are her tasks, and these are particular to her. So anybody can come right here, log in, and then get a task that belongs to him or her. So I already have the design out right here on the Figma. I'm going to be sharing all the resources to this. You can see right here, these are the design, and there's also an architectural design right here and the entity design. So at the end of this course, we are going to be looking at how to, build and then deploy to production. As right here, we deployed our application to AWS, and we're currently in the production and running app in the production environment. So with this link, anybody can come right here, create an account, and start using the application. So in this course, we're going to be covering a lot. We're going to be covering authentication and authorization. We're going to be looking at GC Web Token, how to authenticate an app, how to give a user a certain permission, and these things are going to be covered in this course. So this course is built using Spring Boot for the back end, and we are using MySQL, DB, and then Postgres. So for those who are using Postgres, we're also covering that here. And the front end is in React. Okay, so let's get a look at the architectural design for the entire project. We can see this is our front end or our client, which is basically where the user interacts with like the browser. And then we can see we have our backend right here, and we have the authentication module. So for those who are new to Spring Boot, in our backend, we have different layers. We have the controller layer, which is basically the entry point for our backend application. It contains our API. It helps to receive requests from the front end and return requests back to the user. We also have our service layer, which is basically where the logic resides. And we have our repository layer, which is basically what connects to our DB. It helps to fetch information from the database, relay it back to the service layer. The service layer performs operation on them. It returns back to the controller layer, and the controller returns the request back to the user. In addition, we also have the authentication module, which is more like a module that helps to authenticate every request that is coming to our system. And whenever a request is coming in, from the front end, because we have Spring Security implemented, it goes through the authentication first, and based on the permission that we give to that user, it then determines if the user is allowed to access the resource that he or she wants to access. So the authentication module is a little bit outside of the core backend implementation, and that's basically the entire flow design architecture of the Spring Boot. Now, right here, we also have the entities. We are trying to keep things simple. So we have the user's entities and the task. And we'll also be covering the relationship between a user and a task. A user can have multiple tasks, a task can belong to a user, etc. So these are what we'll be covering in the course. We are going to kick this up by creating our Spring Boot app. So I'm just going to go to my browser right here and hit start.spring.io. This is going to open the Spring Initializer, and I'm going to use this to create my project. The language should be Java and the project should be Maven. The version should be the latest stable, the 3.4, and the group name should be vegan, should be whatever you want. For me, let's just leave it at that, and the name should be called, let me just say, tasks app, something like that. And I can just say React, I don't know. I'm going to have other framework. Let me just call it task app. And my Java version, I'm using 21, so select the version that you are using, and the packaging should be in Java. So for dependency, I'm going to be using the Spring Web, the JPA, Spring Data JPA, the Lombok. I'm going to be using my SQL driver. If you are using Postgres, just add your Postgres right there. But for me, I'm using my SQL, so I'm using my SQL. Then I'm also going to be having some validations. Use the validation right here, and then I'm also going to be using security, so have my Spring Security right there. So let's check again: Spring Web, JPA, Lombok, MySQL, or Postgres, for those using Postgres, validation, and Spring Security. So this looks good. I'm going to click on generate, and it's going to generate for me. So that has been generated, and I'm going to come right here and extract it right there, and that has been extracted, and I'm going to open this up in Visual Studio. In IntelliJ IDE, not Visual Studio. We're using IntelliJ for Java. So open that in IntelliJ. I'm just going to come right here, click on open, and it's going to prompt me to open my system. I'm going to select where the project is, which is basically right here, task app right here. I'm going to open it, and yeah, trust the project, and it's going to open up right here. So at start is opening up, I'm going to add my connection to my database. For those using my SQL, I'm going to have the connection for my SQL. For those using Postgres, I'm also going to have the connection for Postgres. So for my SQL user, this is how you connect to my SQL. I'm going to come right here, and first of all, let's have our port, which is server.port, and let's just give it a port of 3030, and then I'm going to have my SQL connection right here. And this basically just have a URL that points to where your database is, and then the root to log in the database, the password to log in the database, which is this, and then just call it my SQL driver because we are using my SQL. And the DDL is going to be auto. This means that whenever there's a change in your entity class, is going to persist and update what you have in the database table. So that's that. So I'm just going to go to my SQL workbench and create a database called task. So come right here and just say create database and call it task, and that's going to execute that. And if I refresh right here, we can see tasks has been created for me. Alternatively, if you don't want to write your code, you can click on this icon right here that has this kind of big stuff right here to see create schema. Click on that, type your schema name, just Click on apply and it's going to create your database for you. So let me leave that out. I prefer using the SQL command. So for Postgres users, let's also see how to connect to your Postgres. For Postgres users, it's very, very simple. Same way right here. They're similar. So have your, let me just comment this out right here so we can see this is for my SQL users and this for Postgres. So for Postgres users, you need to first of all add the Postgres to your project. Let me just quickly add that. I'm just going to add dependency, Postgres right here. I'm explore. I'm just going to get hold of that Postgres. I'm just going to paste that in, which is this right here. So I'm just going to copy the dependency right there, come to my prompt right here, and below my SQL, I'm just going to paste it right here. I'm going to comment it out because I won't be using it. So for those who are using Postgres, you can see your dependency right here. Let me say Postgres users. So this is your dependency right here. And this is going to be my SQL users. Okay, so it's very simple. This is basically what you need. You pass in, you create your database in your Postgres, PHP my admin, in PG my admin, sorry, which is called, just open your PG my admin, create your database called task, pass in your username, pass in your password, then leave these other ones as they are because we are basically using a Postgres driver right here. So this is for the connection for Postgres users, right? For my SQL user, this is for connection. This is basically the difference between MySQL and Postgres, and every other thing are basically the same because they are structured query languages. So now, having done that, we are going to move to structure our packages right here. So to structure our package, I'm going to open this right here. Before then, let me just run my application to check if it's successfully connected to my DB. Click on run right there and let's wait and see what is going to happen at the end. We can see application started in this and we can see it's currently running right here, and we can see a default username and password was generated for me because I'm having Spring Security. So this was connected successfully, so I'm just going to stop this and close that out. So let's structure our package. Come right here, click on new package, call this controller, and another new package, call it DTO, another new package, call it entity, another new package, call it enums, another new package, call it exceptions, another new package, call it repo, another new package, call it security, and our last package is going to be our services. So package, call it service. Now, for those who might not understand the Spring Boot architecture, let me quickly go back again and explain. It's basically very simple. We have the front end right here and interact through to the back end by passing through the controller layer. So the controller layer is exposed to the front end where the front end interact with. So the controller layer collects data and passes it to the service layer where all the logic and logical implementation is, and the service layer passes it to the repository layer where the database implementation is. So the repository layer basically connects to our database, source information, passes it back, and the information is relayed back to the controller, which is then relayed back to the front end. So for a situation whereby we are having security, where we have to use JWT for authentication and authorization, whenever a request is coming in, it's going to be intercepted by the authentication implementation first before it goes down to the controller. And if the conditions are met based on the security implementation we have in place, the request is going to be intercepted and then validated. So now talking about security, let's add our JWT dependency, which we're going to be using for authentication and authorization. So I'm going to come right here and say JWT Maven dependency. Just search for JWT. JWT means JSON Web Token. Let's say maybe dependency. And you can see right here, go to the Maven repository. And this is more like the old one. We are being told that it has been moved to io.json web token. So click on that. And right here, we are being told that what you should use is implementation, the API, and the Jackson, which I'm going to open in different folders. So let me open this implementation right here, API right here, and then Jackson right here. So we're going to be using the latest stable version for each of them. So for the Jackson, I'm just going to click on this and copy this one right here. Go to my form.xml right here. Here's it. This is it. And I'm just going to paste it right here below this right here. This is going to be for our Jackson, and I'm going to do the same for our implementation right here. Click on the latest stable version, copy it right there, paste it right here, and then go for our API right here, the stable latest version again, and then click on this right here, copy it, and then move back, and then paste it right here. So this is our JWT Web Token dependency. We have the Jackson, the implementation, and the API. So for this dependency to be downloaded so we can use them, you need to click on this kind of icon right here that is telling you, hey, click on me. Click on that. If peradventure you're not able to get this, which is detecting your change, then just click right here on the Maven. Then you're going to see this little icon right here. Open it and click on Synchronize All Project, and then click on Reload All Maven Project. So either of them is either you click on this one right here, which is going to re-download all your dependency, or click on this Maven M icon, click on Synchronize All Project, is going to re-download and synchronize all your project, and then reload all Maven project. It's going to also download and reload your Maven project. So all the dependency probably has been downloaded, and we can see them right here in the external library. Right here, which we can see all our dependencies are basically here. So this is where they are installed to be used. So that's it. And yep. So we are going to continue by having our entity detail and repository. Before I do that, I'm just going to quickly bring in my enums to write my enums right there. So I'm just going to come within the enums, and we're going to be having a priority and a role. As we can see the design, we want to be able to have the priority right here. When you're adding a task, we want you to be able to set the priority, and we also want to have different kind of roles. We want admin to be there, we have users to be there. So let's do that, and we get the enums right here. If I click on that, go a new Java class, I'm going to select go to the enum. I'm just going to call this role, and this is an enum, and it's going to have the admin and then the user role. And also I'm going to have the priority also enum. If I click on that, create a Java enum, and let's call it priority. And that's going to have like 3 priority. We have the low, we have the medium, and we have the high. So these are different priority for a task, and that's it. So after that, I'm going to write my entities, which we can see in the design right here. And let's just kick this up with the user entity first. Let me zoom this so we can see the field correctly. So for the user entity, I'm going to come right here and go to the entity folder right here and create a new class called user. So right click and go to new Java class called user. It's a class, and I'm going to annotate this with an entity right here, and our table, and then our data at all at constructor at no at constructor. And for the table, I'm just going to give it a name. I'm going to just call it user. So what exactly are this annotation all about? The add entity is basically telling us that, hey, this is a JPA entity and you should create a table for this in your database when you successfully make a connection. A table is saying that, hey, we know you are going to create a table for us, but the name of the table should be called users. Our data is from logbook, is going to help to generate getter and setter for the feeds of this user. The all R constructor and no R constructor is basically going to automatically create a constructor for this user when it is needed, or if a constructor is not needed, it's not going to create a constructor for it. So that's it. I'm just going to write my feeds out by first of all having the ID of the user, and this I'm just going to annotate it at ID, and I'm just going to say generated value. Then the strategy is going to be generated type.identity. This is going to help ID to be auto-generated and managed for us. We don't have to manually generate an ID. This is the primary key. At ID means that this is the primary key, and at generated value means that this is going to be self-managed and is going to be auto-generated for us by using this identity strategy. Means that whenever it's about to create an ID, we'll make sure that two ID do not exist. So that's what we are doing right here, and I'm going to move forward to have other feeds that will be needed, such as the username. We need the username, we need the password, we need, what else do we need? Let me see my entity right here. We need that, we need the role created at, updated at, and the task. So we need the role, which is going to be of type role. And make sure that the role you are importing from the enums, not some other role elsewhere in your dependency. Just make sure it's from your enum, which what we created right here. If you're confused, just look at my dependency, my importation, and check out where I'm importing this from. So the role is going to be called role, and then I'm going to have my local date time as created at, what was that? Created at, and then my private local date time as updated. Let me just get rid of that, updated at, and then I'm going to have also a relationship to the task, which I'm just going to have a list of tasks made by the user, which I'm going to create shortly. So we can see we're having a task from the config. Don't use that because that's not what we need. So we're going to create our own task. So say task, and I'm going to call that task, and that's going to be new. Let's just make it an empty array for now, and let's have our annotations. And for this task, we are going to be having a at one to many, and I'm just going to have a mapped by to be the users, the user, not users, and then cascade is going to be cascade type dot all, and then orphan remover is going to be true. I'm going to explain all of this. So first of all, one to many basically means that a user, which is one user, can have many tasks. That's why we're having a list of tasks right here. It means that one user can have multiple tasks. Mapped by user means that in the task entity, there's going to be a field called user right there. So that means that they can be able to keep an eye on each other. And cascade equals to cascade.all means that whenever there's a change in the user entity, and the change has to do with the task entity, make the update on the task. And if a user is deleted, delete all the tasks associated to that user. Orphan remover equals to true means that if somehow, let's say a user is removed and there are some tasks which are no longer associated with anything, then auto remove those items. So that's what this does. Then what are we going to do again? So let me just, for the row, let me annotate this with at enumerated, and enum type dot string. This basically means that the actual name of this role, which is admin or user, is going to be what will be saved in the database table. If you don't put this enumerated right here, it's going to save 0 and 1 based on the position of these values right here. So always do that if you want to see the real name saved in the database. So for username, let's add validation to this column. So at column, at unique is true and nullable is false. This is self-explanatory. It basically means that for this column, we want the username to be unique, means that no two username can be the same for this table, right? So that's it. So for the password, I can add some, also make validation right here and say nullable to be false. And I can just say not blank. I don't know. Just say not blank. Some validations. I'm just going to say if it's blank, I'm just going to have a message to say password is required, something like that. Then the local created and updated app is there. So this is our user entity. Let me just check if we are missing anything out. We are not, so let's move to the task entity. So in the same entity right here, right click on it and create a new class called task. And we know how it is done. I'm just going to bring the items right here and just have them right there. I already explained that, so I won't do that again. So I'm just going to call this task, and I'm going to have some fields like the ID and other fields. So let me do that right here, the ID, and then we're going to have the title, which is going to be a private string title, and then we're going to have a description. And we're going to have some other fields right there, like completed that on something. So let's do that. That's going to be a boolean completed. And then let's have our priority. Do I need priority for this? Okay, yeah, I need it. So let's say private priority, which is the enum to be priority, and let's annotate this with at enumerated and enumerated type dot string. And then what field do we need again? We need the, I think, let me check what we need. We need the due date, created at, updated at, okay? Yep, so let me just have this right here as they are similar. And then this is created at, updated at, and then we have the due date called due date, the date which this task is supposed to be due. And then we're going to also link this to a user by saying private user, which is make sure the user is from your entity and not from your other kind of user. So this is going to be a user right here. The user is the owner of the task, and right here we're going to say many to one, and means that many tasks can belong to one user, which is basically what this means. And I'm just going to have a fetch right here. Fetch, I'm just going to say fetch type dot. Let me make it lazy. That means that whenever we are fetching a task, we should not prioritize fetching the user. We should just fetch the user when not eagerly. That's what it means. We should fetch the user, but it should not be a major priority. We can just fetch the user in the background along with the task. That's what that is. And then I can say join column, and name is going to be the user underscore ID, and then no label is going to be false. And then when I'm using the task to return a data, I don't want the user to be returned along, so I'm just going to say JSON. Where is it? JSON ignore. This means that whenever I'm returning the user, whenever I'm using this task class to return a list of tasks, I don't want the user object to be returned along. That's what the JSON ignore does. Ignore this when using the task to return a response. So JSON join column means that in the task column, we want the name to be called user ID, which we're going to see shortly how it's done, what later became of it. So that's it. And nullable false means that this cannot be null. The user must be the one creating a task. So that's it. We have the ID, title, description, completed, which is a boolean, And for here, I can just make this, let me add validation for here, make it not null. The completed status should not be null. And then for the title, let me add validations and say not blank means that um, if there's a val if there's a validation error, if this is blank, I'm just going to return this and say title is required, or title cannot be blank. Let's just say cannot be empty or blank, something like that. Okay, so title, let me be careful with my spelling. So that's it. And let me check again if title, description completed, priority, due date, created that, updated that, and the user. So our entity is correct. So we are going to move to have our DTO, and right here in my DTO, let's have our DTO right here. I'm going to my DTO right here. I'm going to start this up with the user request. User request is basically going to be used to register a user and to log in a user. So you're just going to click on user, click on a class. I'm just going to call this user request, and it's a class, and I'm going to annotate it with our data, and I'm just going to have two simple fields right here. The first is just going to be the username, and then the last is going to be the password. And right here, I'm going to validate this by using the not blank. And if there's a validation error, I'm just going to say username is required. Means that if you are trying to use this request to log in a user or to register a user and these fields are not passed in, it's just going to yell at you and say, hey, username is required or password is required when needed. So let's also have our task requests. To create a task within my DTO, create a new Java class, call it task request. It's a class and have your data annotation. And right here, I'm going to have my private long ID, and then I'm going to have my feeds such as title. I'm going to have my description. I'm going to have the completed, just the same thing I have right here in my task right here. You just copy everything right here. It's the same. We're going to copy everything right here and come right here. And then also the ID right there. So the title is there, the description is there, the completed is there. I'm just going to, the priority is there, and then the due date is there. So let me add some extra validation right here. For my title, I'm just going to say at size, the max should be like, I don't need a very long title. I want to like make max to be 200. And then if let's say more than 200 data is passed in, character is passed in, I'm going to just say title must be, what did I, must be less than 200 characters, something like that. So for the description, also going to do the same thing right there. Say description must be less than 200 as well. Let me see what I have right here. Okay. Okay. Description must be less than, let me just say 240. I don't know. I think by default, I don't know. Let me check the default character for a string entity. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Let me just go to the chat GPT and ask what the default is. So let me just say, what is the default character that a string entity can hold in a MySQL or Postgres, just MySQL database. As seen here, I don't know. This is a task. I'm just say as seen here, something like that. Let me just say as seen here. We just see what ChatGPT will tell us. In MySQL, when you define a string like this, the GPA, we can see the maximum character is 255, which we can see that's the maximum length of the description. Okay, so that means so we can decide to increase the length by annotating it with that this and taking the length to 1000, which is basically what I want to do. So I want to increase the length for this. So come right here to the task entity and just come right here and say a column length is 1000, means that this description can be longer. But for the title by default, I think it should be AI told us that's 255 by default. So yeah, so when I'm validating my task request, my title, I think let's just make the maximum to be 1000, must be less than, let's say, did I say what? Let's just say 500 characters, the description. But for the title, let's just make it 200, the description, make it 500. So that's it, and everything looks good. For the completed art, I'm just going to add some little validation for the completed, not null, and if it's been validated, let me send a message and say completed status is required. So for priority, let me just get rid of this, and let's also do add not null. And if you make a mistake right there, I'm just going to say priority is required. So for the due date, it's same thing. For the due date, I'm just going to say at future, there's a future or present means that the due date cannot be before today. That's what it means. So if somehow you set a due date which is before today, that means I'm just going to say due date must be today or in future. So these are the validations that we are going to be needing, which looks good. And that is our DTU right here. So finally, I'm going to be using a generic class response to return all our response, and I'm going to write the response DTU right now. So in my DTU right here, I'm going to create a new Java class called response. It's a class. I'm going to annotate with our data, which we already know what it does is helps to generate data and setters. And I'm going to use a builder pattern. A builder helps us to access the class by using .builder.build method without us having to use a new instance to create an object from this class. That's what the builder does. Then I'm just going to use like JSON ignore, JSON include right there, and I'm just going to say JSON include dot not null. This basically means that if I'm using my class right here to return a response, it's going to ignore the fields that are null. So having said that, let me have my status code. We have my status code. Let me have my message, and then let me have the data, which is basically just going to store whatever I want to output as the data. So that's it. Is the actual payload. Where is it? To return, something like that. Yeah, actual payload to return. So that was it. Anything missing? No, nothing missing right here. Everything looks good. So my T is non-trim error. Let me check what's exactly wrong with my private key of data. Let me see. Okay. I'm coming. Let me just view this to see what the problem is. Okay, class T of type response. Okay. Let me come. I don't know. Let me just do that again. Private T. This should be a generic, so why is it not able to detect its data? Okay, I'm still getting that crazy error. I'm just going to check. Okay, I can just make this object of data, and if you're not able to get a generic, you should be able to get an object. Okay, no, let's use a T generic and let's define that in the response of type T. So make it the response of type T so we can use any kind of data right here. So I think that has been solved our problem and we are good to go. Let me just bring this down. We are going to have our repositories. We are going to have our users and our task repository. So I'm just trying to bring this up right here. So within my repo right here, I'm going to right click on it and create a new interface. Scroll down to the interface and I'm just going to call this user repository, and it's an interface and it's going to extend a JPA interface. JPA repository, sorry, it's going to extend a JPA repository and it's going to take in the entity, which is going to be the user, and then the primary key of the user, the data type of the primary key of the user, which is a long. So how do we know that? We can come right here. This is the primary key and this is the data type, which is a long. So that's it. And right here, I'm going to have a method to find by username, which is optional of type user, and that's going to be find by username, and then it's going to take in the username right here and call that username. So yeah, so make sure this your spelling is very correct because find by username, find by is a term, and when you type find by and whatever you type after it should be a field in your user, which is basically going to determine if it can search it. So for this, let me just rename this to user. Everything should be in smaller case, so username. So rename in your user, rename the username to username or in small letter. The code is already there, so go right there and just copy the code entity right there. So by doing this, when you say find by, whatever you pass in is going to use that to query to get that user. If I want to find by, let's say, role, and I'm just going to come here and say find by role is going to, like, this should be capital arrow, is going to use that to search for a user with that role. So that's basically how this is. Let's just bring back our user back. It's basically going to be used to search for a user. It's more is the SQL query are going to be generated by JPA. So that's the importance of using JPA. You don't have to write your SQL query manually. Just use the right keywords and it's going to auto generate that for you. So let's move to have a task repository. And in the repo right here, click on new interface and call it task repository. That's an interface and that's going to extend JPA repository and it's going to take in a task entity, and then the primary key of that task is a long and it's going to take that there. I'm going to have the same way we had some method right here to find by. We're also going to be finding by in the task repository. I'm just going to quickly write that out so we save time. So right here we are finding by a user, which is going to take in a user from our entity. We make sure that the user is coming from your entity, right, which you created on your own. And for the priority, we're going to also be searching finding by priority. So find by user is going to search for a user, and we're passing in a sort, which we are going to see shortly. Sort is basically how do you want the data to be returned? Do you want the data to be sorted by due date or by name or alphabetically or by the ID? The same thing. Those information are going to be passed in based on what you want. Then find by completed status, we're going to find a user whose completed status is either true or false. We're going to find a list of tasks, not user, whose completed status is either true or false. And then also to find by priority. So all these are there and we're going to see how they're going to be used. So make sure those fields are already there so it will be very easier to search for them. Make sure your completed is here, your priority is here, your user is here. With this information, that's what we're going to be using to query our database and return this specific task based on the query we have right here. Next, we are going to have our exception. What we want to do is want to be able to throw custom exception in our application. And we want to also be able to catch those exceptions and return a particular response based on those exceptions. So in my exception package right here, I'm going to right click on it. I'm going to create a new Java class. I'm going to call this not found exception, and that's going to be a class, and it's going to extend a runtime exception. And right here, I'm going to have a public constructor right here, not found exception, and it's going to take in my message, or let's just say error, which can just be EX, your exception right there. And I'm just going to evolve the super class from the runtime exception. I'm just going to pass in the exception right there, which is EX. So that's it. I'm going to also have a bad request kind of exception. I'm just going to duplicate this and call this bad request exception. Click on OK. And that's basically just going to be it. We don't need to do any other thing. It's a bad request. It's a bad request. So what we're going to do is to have a controller advisor for our exception. So I'm going to do that quickly. I'm going to do that and explain what exactly it's doing and when it will be used. Within my exception, go to that again, create a new Java class called the global exception handler. And I'm going to annotate this, which adds controller advice, which you can see right here from Spring Framework.web bind annotation. And right here, I'm going to define my exception. When I'm done with this, I'm going to show you how and when it's going to be used. So I'm going to first of all have my public response entity. I'm going to return the response entity of response. Remember, we said our response class, which we created from our detail, is going to be the generic class which we'll be using to return a response. So let me use that to return a response right here. I'm just going to call this handle all unknown exceptions. So my spelling is a little bit wrong, but it does not mean anything. So let me just pass the exception right here, call it EX, and right here I'm just going to say my response of type any is going to be called response equals to the response dot builder dot build. We can see because we annotated this response class with builder, we can actually now use the builder pattern, which is the builder right here. So if actually we didn't use the builder, we're just going to say new response and begin to do your stuff. But with the builder, you can just use the builder method to do that. So now let's set the status code, which is going to be state http status dot internal server error, where is it, dot value, and then that's going to be 500. Then the message is going to be the X of get message, and we are building. I'm just going to return a new response entity. I'm passing in the response and then passing in the http status dot internal server error. Good. So now we're not done yet, so let's annotate it with exception handler. So now we are done. So whenever there's any kind of exception which we do not know that is thrown in our application, is going to be handled by this. Now, let me move back to the architectural design and let's see what exactly the Spring Framework application the architectural design is. We can see this is exactly how it is. Whenever a request is coming in, it first of all will be authenticated and it will move down to the controller, right? From the controller, the whatever happens is going to happen and it's going to return the response back and it's going to take it back to the front end. Now, whenever a request comes to the controller, any error that happens within the controller, any error that happens in our application is going to be handled by this controller advice. That's basically what it is. It's a controller advice, means that any request that comes through the controller that gets to the controller and there's an error, is going to handle it. So, but if a request is not getting to the controller, it does not know about it. But it handles any request that comes to the controller that has an error right there. So that's what this does. It handles any errors that is coming through the controller or anything. So if trying to process our application, let's say an error occurs in the controller layer, or an error occurs in the service layer, or an error occurs in the repository layer, this controller advice is going to intercept it and is going to return this custom response which we are building right here, and it's going to return it back to the controller, and that's what is going to happen. So now let's also do this to handle not found exception and then the other bad request. So I'm going to call this not found exception right here, and this is going to take in a not found exception, and this is going to be a not found, and that's going to be here not found. So one little thing we did not do correctly is that right here we're going to, for the exception handler, we're going to specify what kind of exception is going to listen to. So for this one, it's going to listen to any exception that was not defined. For this other one, we want this to specifically listen to a not found exception dot class. So any exception that is being cached by the not found right here is going to trigger this exception handler and is going to return this custom response right here. So that's basically what this does. I'm going to do the same thing for our bad request. And this is going to be called bad request exception. And it's going to be a bad request. And that's going to be a handle bad request right here. And this is going to be a bad request kind of response code, and that's going to be a bad request. So in our application, whenever a bad request exception is thrown, it's going to trigger this response. Whenever a not found exception is thrown, it's going to trigger this response. Whenever any other kind of exception is thrown, it's going to trigger this response right there. So that is what the controller advice error handling is all about. So we are going to write our security implementation right here. So I'm going to start this up with an auth user. So within my security package, let me right click on that. You know what? Let me just close this up a bit. In your security package, right click on it and create a new Java class, call it auth user. And that's going to be a class. I'm going to make this a builder and annotate with add data. And right here, I'm going to implement the user details from the Spring Framework.core.userdetails. And I'm going to, first of all, bring in my user, which is going to be a private final, just a private user right there from our user entity right here, not our user details. This user should be from our user entity user. And as I said, I already have the import right here, so make sure you know where I'm importing them from. And I'm going to right click on options and implement the method, which is basically, let's just implement the authority, password, and username right there. And so why are we doing this? So why are we implementing the user details? So basically, when you are working with Spring Security and you have your users right here, Spring Security cannot directly work with your user entity. You need to convert your user entity to a user details and then also to a user detail service, which is basically what Spring Security understands. So for us to do that, we have to create more like an auth user and implement the user details and then feed in the necessary information right here from our user. So that's basically what we are doing. So here I'm just going to return collections dot sing, let's say single, where was that? Let's say singleton or something like that. Singleton list. And then I'm just going to say new simple granted authority. I'm just going to say user dot get role dot name. So this basically what I'm doing here is I'm feeding the role of the user to this grant authority, and Spring is going to take it up from there. So that's going to notify Spring security that, hey, this is the role of the user, and that is going to help to manage the user. For the password, I'm just going to say user dot get password. I'm going to feed in the password of the user to the user, and the username, I'm going to feed in the username of the user to the username. So this is our auth user. Next, we are going to convert our user details and have our user detail service. We're going to feed in this into our user details. To go to the security right here, create a new Java class again, call this custom user details service, and that's going to be a class. I'm going to annotate this with service, and then I'll require our constructor, and here I'm going to implement my user details service right here and implement the method to load the username. So right here, I'm going to bring in my dependency right here, which is repository, user repository right here. So right here, I'm just going to first of all get the user, which is from the user entity right here, and I'm going to get the user from our database, which is user repository dot find by username. I'm going to pass in the username. If there's an error, if the user is not found, let's just throw a not found exception. I'm just going to say user not found. If the user is found, we're going to load the user and create the user details from that user. So I'm just going to return auth user right here dot builder dot build. I'm going to pass in the user we've gotten from the DB into the auth user, which is going to convert it to the user details right there. So this is going to return the user details. The user detail service is basically just used to create a user detail. So next we are going to create a class, a UT class, which is going to be used to generate and validate a token. I'm going to call that JWT Utils. So right here, I'm going to go back to my security package, right click on it to create a new Java class, call it JWT Util. And it's a class and it's also a service, so I'm taking it at service. And then if I need logins, I can probably just use SLF4G right here. And right here, we're basically just going to keep working on it to create methods that will generate token for us. So before I move forward, I want to have my secret JWT string, which is basically a list, a character or words that I'm going to be using to generate and to validate a token. So go to my application property right here, and I'm just going to say JWT secret JWT string equal to, I'm just going to have like a 35 minimal characters. It can be anything. I'm just going to say this. To make sure it is like the minimum of 35 characters long, so we'll be able, so that we'll be able to decode a byte data from it. So we're going to see how it works. So go back to my JWT util. I'm going to first of all have the expiration time for my token, which I'm going to call expiration time, and that's going to be, I'm just going to make this in 30 days. That's going to be 30 times, this is going to be milliseconds, so just want to clear the air. 30 times 24 times 60 times 60 times 1000. This is going to be in milliseconds. Let's say 30 days in milliseconds. So you can modify to whatever expiration time you want. So that also has our secret key, which is going to be from javax.crypto, and let's just call that key. And then I'm going to have my JWT string, and I'm going to just get it from my application property by using the value annotation The value should be from Spring Framework.bin.factory.annotation, and then I'm going to pass in the variable to get that, which is going to be dollar curly braces, and that's going to be a secret generated string. So that's it. I'm going to have my init method, which is going to run whenever my class here is initialized. So let's just call it init, and I'm going to annotate this with post construct. That's going to make sure this function is run automatically. So I'm going to have a byte array to extract some byte data from my token, and I'm going to, from my secret string right here, I'm just going to convert it to a byte. So I'm just going to call it key byte. It's going to be secret string dot get bytes. I'm going to use the algorithm of standard UTF-8 to extract the byte data from this secret string right here. Then after that, I'm just going to say set it to the key. This dot key equals to new secret key. Where is it? That means new secret key spec, and that's going to be our key byte, and then the hashing algorithm is going to be h mark SHA, it should be capital SHA, then 256. So this is basically the hashing algorithm right there. So after that, I'm going to have a method to generate a token. Let me move this down so we can see correctly what I'm doing. So what is this? Okay, that's good. So have a method to generate a token. Just call it public. It's going to return a token. Let's call it generate token, and this is going to take in our username. And right here, I'm going to say return JWT, where is it? Return JWT X, which is from the JC Web token dot builder. And then I'm going to set the subject, which is going to be our username. We're going to be generating a token against the username. Then I'm going to say issue at, which is going to be new date. I'm going to pass in the system dot current time util, and then the expiration time, I'm going to calculate that as new date system dot current time util system dot current time util plus our expiration time, which is going to add this everything together to make the expiration time in future. So after that, I'm going to say sign with. What are we using to sign, which is our key, and then I'm just going to add compact it to make sure we are done here. This is going to be used to generate a token for us. Let me also have a method to extract a token, to extract a username from a token. I'm just going to come right here and have a public string. Let's just call it get username from token, or it can be generate username from token, and it's going to take in the token. This is basically going to be used to validate a user. When you're passing in your token from your front end back to us, want to be able to extract the username from it to validate, to make sure that that token is genuine. So I'm just going to return a method called extract claims, which I'm going to write down, and I'm going to pass in my token, and then I'm going to pass it a claims, which is a function. I'm going to get the subject right there. So let's write this extract claims class right here. Function, sorry, that's going to be private, and it's going to be of type T, and let's call it, that's actually extract claims. And then it's going to take in a token. It's taking in a token and then a function, which we can see right here. So let me pass a function right there, which is function of claims, and then of type T, and then let's just call that claims function, and we're just going to write the implementation right here to extract the claims. I'm just going to return claims function dot apply. I'm going to say JWT dot parser dot verify with. We're verifying with our key, and I'm going to build it, and then I'm going to pass sign claims. I'm going to pass in the token. I'm going to get the payload, which is dot get payload. So that's going to be it. This is going to help to extract our claims, and the code is already there. You can just copy it and then reuse it. Then let's also have a method to check if our token is valid, and then also to check if our token is expired. I'm just quickly going to write that down, and it's very, very simple. So these are the two methods to check if token is valid. We are basically collecting the token and the user details. We're going to get the username first. We're going to extract the username from the token, and then we're going to check if the username is the same as username in the user detail. We're also going to check if the token is not expired, which is basically this method right here. So this is our JWT service. We are not done yet. We have two more classes to go. So I'm going to write my Auth Filter, which is basically the entry point for our application. So if I come right here and go back to my design right here, let me just get rid of this. Don't really need them. If I come to my design right here, we can see this is basically the architecture. Whenever a request is coming, it's going to be intercepted by the authentication. So we're going to write a class which is going to be used to intercept every request that is coming in before the request is passed to our controller. And that's going to be called the Auth Filter. So let's do that within the security again. I'm going to create a new class as usual, call it Auth Filter. And yeah, that's it. And I'm going to make this a component or at service. You can either use at component or at service, and then I just will have some logins right here, and then I'm going to have the require add constructor, and I'm going to extend the once per request filter, and I'm just going to implement the method which is do filter internal, and right here I'm going to bring in my dependency. Let me just move this so we can see. Before then, let me just move this to the next line so it will look a bit, visible. So let me bring in my dependency, which is basically our JWT Utils, which we just created, and then our custom user detail service, which we created a video ago. So here we are going to first of all, as I said, whenever a request is coming into our backend, this is the first class that is going to receive the request. As you can see the request right here, which is going to be what is going to receive the request. We have the response right here, which is going to forward the request to another class, and then we have the filter chain. So now let's have a method to extract the token from our request if the token is being passed. So I'm just going to call that get token from requests, and it's going to collect the request. So I'm just going to have that method quickly down, and it's very short. I will not really want to start writing it. I'm just going to explain what it is. So this is the method right here is going to be used to extract the token from a request. So let me just show how that is done. If we are about to pass in, we already saw how we passed in a bearer token down, which is basically, I don't think I've seen that. Okay, this is another project. Okay, let me open, where's our project here? Okay, we've not had the project. Okay, let's just show how we receive a bearer token. So if you can see, when you go to your authorization, you just click on right here, you pass in your bearer token, and the token is going to be the token right here. And if you go to your header right here, and you show the on hidden part, you can see the key right here is authorization, and the value right here is something like it has a bearer and then your token right there. So that's basically how this is being passed down. So let's just do that, and that's what we are doing right here. The authorization is the key, and we're using it to get the token with bearer, and then we're going to slice the bearer away to get the actual token, which we are returning right here, and that's going to be the token right here. So having done that, we're going to move forward and say if token is not null, because token can be actually null, a situation can happen whereby the token is not present in the header. So yeah, so if token is not null, then if that means this token is present, then let's get the email from the token. I'm saying email, let's get the username from the token, and that's going to be our JWT Utils get username from token. I'm going to pass in the token right there. So after that, I'm going to bundle my user details right here, and this is going to be our custom user detail service dot load by username, which is going to be the username right there. And after that, I'm just going to have some extra method to set the user details, which is this, in the security context. So I'm just going to quickly do that by having some little validation right here. First, I'm just going to say if, I'm just going to say if, let's just first of all validate the token, and if JWT util dot is token valid, and I'm just going to pass in the token and then the user details. So if these are valid, then I'm just going to have my user, where is it? Username, password authentication token, call that authentication token equals to new username password authentication token. I'm going to pass in the user details. I'm going to pass in the credentials to be null, and then I'm just going to say user details dot pass in the roles, which is the authorities for that user. And after that, I'm going to say authentication token dot set details, and that's going to be new web authentication detail source. I'm just going to say dot build details, which is from the request, and after that, I'm just going to say security. Where is it? Security context holder dot get context. I'm just going to say dot set authentication. I'm going to pass in the authentication token. So what this is doing is that this is going to collect our this is going to collect the user object, the authenticated user, and it's going to set it in the global context so we can actually manage so Spring and our application can manage the user and get the roles, get the authority of the user to know which route the users can access or not. So this is basically what we are doing. We are setting this to a global context right there. So that's it. So after everything has been said and done, we're going to move the request to another class, which I'm just going to do right here. And I'm just going to say filter chain dot do filter. I'm just going to push the request and the response again back to the next class, which we're going to create shortly. If there's any error, let's just log the error, and that's going to be e dot the get message. So this is our Auth Filter class, which is going to be used to filter every request that is coming to our backend. We are going to have our last security class, and I'm just going to come back to my security right here and create a new class, call it the security filter config. We can see right here in the Auth Filter, after it has intercepted the request and performed the necessary validation, it's going to move the request down to the filter chain, and we're going to handle it from there. So let's create a class to handle that. That's going to be new Java class right here, and that's going to be called security filter, let's say config. Yeah, that looks good. So right here, I'm going to annotate this with at configuration, at enable method security, at enable web security, and at require add constructor. So you might be wondering, why are we using enable method security and enable web security? This is going to make sure that we're able to use method level security, which we're going to see. whereby you annotate the controller with like pre-authorized, let's say user, pre-authorized admin, something like that, that to differentiate an admin from a user authorized endpoint. So by using having the method security, you can do that. Same also with the web security. So here I'm going to auto wire my auth filter, which we just wrote right there. And after that, I'm going to have a bin of security filter chain, security filter, where is it? Security, security filter, security filter chain. I'm trying to get it. Yeah, we're going to have our security filter chain right here. And then call it security filter chain, and it's going to take in the HTTP security, which is HTTP security, and I'm going to just say HTTP security, move it up so we can see clearly. So let me move this up so we can see clearly what I'm doing. It's HTTP security.csrf, and I'm going to say abstract. Where is it? Abstract. Where is it? Where is it? Abstract 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 HTTP configurer. I'm going to disable it, and I'm just going to have my course right here and say customizer dot with default. I'm going to say dot authorize HTTP requests, further requests, and here I'm just going to say request dot request matches. So if it matches any of these routes, let's know what we want to do with it. So if it matches API, you know what? Let me move this to the next line. If it matches slash API slash auth slash anything that comes after, let's permit it dot permit all let's any other requests that is not part of this route, we need to authenticate it. I'm just going to say dot authenticated right there. So after that, I'm going to just say dot section management. I'm going to call this management. I don't know. Let's just call it mag to keep it simple. I'm just going to say mag management, mag, which is this dot section creation policy. I'm just going to say session creation policy dot stateless. You know what? Let me just make this a bit big right here. Dot stateless, and that's going to be it. I'm just going to say add filter before, which is going to be our auth filter dot no our auth filter command. Then I'm just going to say username password authentication filter dot class. And that's going to be it. I'm just going to return my HTTP security dot build right there. So that's all. So this is going to be our security filter chain. What we are doing is basically we are first of all using our cost. We are first of all disabling our HTTP configurer, and then we are having calls. We are using our default calls which we are going to create, and then we are saying that if a user is coming through this route slash API slash auth, don't authenticate that user. Allow the user to access this route. If a user is coming through any other route, let's say he's trying to access the task endpoint, then you have to authenticate that user to make sure that that user have the access to access such routes. In section management, we're basically saying that look, we're using JWT to manage this application. So this is actually stateless. You don't really need to, manage the state of that user. And then we are saying that add filter before means that before this method is executed, you have to run the auth filter right here, which is saying do add filter before, run the auth filter right there, and then just check the username password authentication filter as well. Then when you are done with this, then you can come and execute all of this. So this is basically what it is, and then we are building this. Am I building correctly? Add exception to method signature. Okay, yeah. So that's it. So I'm just going to quickly have a bin of password encoder, which is going to be a bin, and this is going to be a public password encoder, call it password encoder, and this is going to return a bcrypt password encoder. And let me just make that a new. That should be return new decrypt password encoder. At the same time, I'm just going to have a bin of authentication manager. I don't really think this is necessary, but let's just do that. Have a bin of your authentication manager, and yeah, and that's all. So our security is done. One last thing, we need to have our course configuration. So let me quickly do that right here. If I click again on the security, then call it course config, and it's a class, and at configuration, and right here I'm going to implement my web MVC configurer and click on option to implement method. Okay, that's not showing up. I don't really know why. Okay, so let me override stuff right here at override, and it's not showing. It's okay. So let's go to the other approach right here. Since this is not working, let me move to approach number 2, which is basically to create a bin right here, and then that's going to be a public web MVC configurer. Let's call it the same thing. And right here, I'm going to say return new web MVC configurer. I'm going to override the add course mapping. Where is it? Add course mapping right here. And right here, I'm just going to say registry dot add mapping. I'm just going to allow from everywhere, which is basically /*, and then I'm going to say dot allow methods. Where is it? I'm coming. Let me see what I'm doing. Void add course mapping registry, then registry dot add mapping, where map dot add mapping. Okay. Then I say dot allow. Where is it? Dot allow methods. What are the methods we want? We want to allow the get request on our, then we want to allow the post request, then we want to allow the put, we want to allow the delete. Then the allow origins, we want to allow from all origins, basically like what URL you want to allow. If you want to allow from everywhere to be able to access this endpoint, it's more like a not appropriate, but let's just leave it that way for now. So our security is okay. Let me build and check if I have like a syntax error right there. And we have no syntax error, which means our security implementation is syntax free. Now let's move forward to write our services. I'm going to tell you this a bit, and let me just put this up right there. I'm going to open it up right back, and in my service, I'm just going to start with the user service. So I click on that, create a new interface, and call it user service, and it's an interface, and I'm going to have methods to log in, sign up, and get current user. So this is going to be a response of type any, and we're going to call this sign up, and it's going to take in a user request. That's going to be user request. Then I'm also going to have a method to log in a user, and then to get current login user. So to log in a user, this is going to be called login, and it's going to take in a user request as well. Then to get the current login user, I'm going to just call this return a user. I'm not going to be creating a controller from this. It's just to get the current login user for the on the system in case we want to add a task. We'll be able to assign the user to the task, or if you want to create a task, we'll be able to know the current login user and then assign it to that task. So that's it, and I'm going to have an interface in my service right here. I'm going to create a package called implementation. I'm going to have the user service implementation right there. Call it user service implementation, and that's going to have my annotations. It's going to be at service, at require add constructor, and then I'm using my SLF 4G for login. So at service annotation, basically telling us that hey, this is the service class. As you can see right here, we have a controller layer, a service layer, a repository layer. So this is telling us that a service tells us that this is the service layer right here. And we're going to be expecting a logical based operation right here. So I'm going to implement my interface service. That should be called user service, not service. So user service right there. And I click on it to implement all the methods right there. So before we start moving, let me have my dependency, which is the user repository. And then let me also wire my password encoder. And then let me also bring in my JWT util right here, which I'm going to be using to generate a token for the login user. That's going to be JWT Utils. Also, when you use require add constructor, it's going to automatically auto-wire this dependency right here. If we don't want to use this, there are other ways to do this by removing the final and just say at auto-wire. That's going to auto-wire this. I can also do that right here. Remove the final and say at auto-wire. Right here, remove the final and say at auto-wire. So this is basically the same thing as leaving the final and using require add constructor right here. So either of them is okay by you. It's not fine. So for now, let me just use the wire right here. And for our task service, I'm going to use the require add constructor right here. For those who are not familiar with this, so they will get to be familiar with the auto-wire. So that's fine. And I'm going to just move forward to have my sign up right here. Before then, let me quickly add a login and say login.info and just say inside sign up. This basically going to let us know that this function has been triggered. It's going to log this for us. So yes, after that, I'm going to get to sign up a user. I'm going to first of all check if the user is present. If the user name is taken, then I don't want to create a user for that. I want to return an exception. So I'm just going to say optional of user, which is from our entity right here. And I'm just going to say existing user, something like that, and user repository dot find by username, which is going to be our user request of just username. And then I'm just going to say if, let's say, existing user is there, if existing user dot is present, which means if it's there, that means that username has already been taken. I'm just going to throw a bad request exception and say username already taken, something like that. So if the username is free, then I'm just going to create an object of the user. I'm going to just save that user. Say user right here equals to new user. And I'm just going to say user dot set created add other stuff. So if I go to my user, we can see I'm not using the builder pattern. So I'm not able to use the builder. If I want to use the builder pattern, I'm just going to annotate this with a builder right here. A builder, and then I can then use this. I can then say user equals to user.builder.build. So this is basically what the builder pattern does. If you annotate it with a builder, you will be able to use the builder pattern where you can just say 1 second. So I'm having a call right now. Okay, yeah. Where you can just say dot, let's say created at dot updated at, those kind of stuff, which we already saw that and stuff like that. So you can use that. So let's just fall back to the old way. I just want to point that out for those who might not understand the builder pattern. So let's just remove the builder pattern right there. We're already using that in our response right here. You can see right here. So now let's just do the traditional way of creating an object by just saying user equal to new user. And I'm just going to say user dot, let's say created at, it's going to be local datetime.now, let's say user.set updated at the same thing, local date time dot now, and then let's say user.set roles. Let me just give it a default role right here of user, and we just want to keep it simple. So yeah, so let's say user.set username. That's going to be a user request username, and I'm just going to say user.set password. I'm going to encode the password of the user, which is password encoder.encode. I'm going to pass in the that's the user request dot get password right there. So yep, so I'm encoding the password, and after that I'm just going to save the user by saying user repository dot save, and then just passing the user to save. And after that I'm going to build my response by using the builder right there, build, and then I'm just going to say dot status code, which is going to be http status.ok.value. Let me move this up so we can see clearly. Is there a way to maximize to make this? I don't know. I'll check it out. How to like zoom out or something like that. Then I'm going to have a message to say user registered successfully, and then I'm just going to build it, and that's going to be it. So let's also have to log in the user, and to log in I'm just going to first of all come to the login right here, and then I'm going to say, let me move this down. I'm going to say, just first of all get the user right there to make sure that the user exists by username, which is this. Let me just put this right there. You know what? Let's just equal to user repository dot find by username, which is user request dot get username. If it's not there, let's throw an error, which is going to be a non-found exception, new non-found exception, and say user not found, like that. If a user is found, then let's just check if the password matches. So we're going to say if user, you know what, let me just say if user is there, if the username is there, and you know what, let me just forget about that. Let's just compare the password, because if the user is there, then we move forward to this state. I'm just going to say if not password encoder dot matches user request dot get password. If it does not matches the user dot get password, then that means something is wrong. I'm just going to throw new bad request exception. I'm just going to say invalid password. Okay, like that. So that's it. And after that, I'm just going to, if successfully the user password and username is there and it matches, I'm just going to generate a token for the user, which is going to be our JWT Utils where is it? JWT Utils I'm expecting a generate token. Let me just come right here to check what is going on with my JWT. So to generate token should be a public, so I made it a private, so just make it a public so it can be accessible. So come back again and say JWT.generate token. I'm just going to pass in the username, which is the user.get username. User.get username. And this is going to generate a token for that user. I'm going to return a response back, response.builder.build, and I'm going to pass in the status code and the other information. It's going to be http status.ok.value, and then the message is going to be let's say login successful. And then I'm going to pass in the token as a data, which is just the token right there. So that's going to be it, and that's it. So for the current login user, I'm just going to have my string right here, say username equal to security contests, where the security context holder dot get contests dot get authentication dot get name, which is going to be the username. So I'm just going to then return the user object by getting it from the database and returning all the user objects. So it's going to be repo.find by name, the username, and then or else true. If it's not there, let's throw a no found exception right there. So that's it, and we can see if you are a bit confused on what the security context holder does. If you remember when we had our security implementation in the Auth Filter, we can see that when a user was authenticated, we pass the value to the security, where is it? We pass the value to the security context holder and we're able to set the authentication right here. So that is how we are getting the authentication right here, because we already set it right here. So this is basically how the flow is, and this is the user service. So should we just write the task service? I think no. So let's write the user controller, then test it, and then move to the task. So let's have our user controller right here. Within my controller, right click on it, create a new Java class, call it user controller. And that's going to be it. And as a class, I'm going to annotate it with address controller. This annotation basically means that this is a controller right here, and it's a controller layer right there. And after that, I'm going to have my request mapping, and this basically just going to tell you that if you go to this route, you should hit this controller. So slash auth, and if you go to your URL slash API slash auth, is going to hit this controller. And yep, and I'm going to bring in my dependency right here, which is my user service. I'm going to auto-wire this by using the add auto-wired right here. And I'm going to have my endpoint right here, which is a not post construct, which is post mapping. And if the user makes a post request to and goes to this route, I'm going to have my method to register the user, which is going to return a response entity of response of type any, and that's going to be called sign up. I'm just going to validate it at valid, and I'm going to pass my body, which is request body, and that's going to be my user request right here. And I'm just going to say return response entity.ok. That's going to be the user service. Is it dot sign up? Sign up and passing the body right there. So the same way to log in, I'm just going to also do that. Same method right there. And this is going to be called slash login, and this is going to be the same thing. This is just going to be called login, and this is going to be called login right there. So that's it. You can see for now we'll be able to access this endpoint because in our security settings we are saying that don't authenticate this endpoint right there. So let's test this out. I'm just going to run it right here, and let's see if it's running. We're going to try to sign up and try to sign in. So that has started successfully. I'm going to go to my Postman right here. I'm going to create a new collection right there. And I'm going to call this, let me see, task react. Oh, let's just call it tasks. Let's call it task. Don't really need to type in anything. Let's just call it task, and I'm going to add my mapping, my methods right there to sign up, and that's going to be a post request, and that's going to be localhost my slash user slash, is this slash users or what am I doing? Slash auth slash sign up, and my port is running on port 3030 right here. So let me be sure of that. So my body to sign up is going to be on raw, and select JSON right here and pass in your information, which is basically going to be, I think, sign up is going to be your username and password. So let me copy that right there, and you see, and let's just rename this username as small letter. I don't know really comfortable with this. Let's just name it username small letter. Let me refresh it. Don't like that upper capitalization. So let me rerun it. I'm going to have some error right here. It's going to be username. Is going to be username. Is going to be get username. I think that should be done. Let me run again. Okay, I think that is done. So let's go back right here. Pass in our username right here. For me, let me just call it Dennis Stones. Is that right? Username? Yeah. Then password, let's just leave it as Dennis right there. And then put a comma after this. So let me just save this and send to, that's a post request. So make this a post and send again. No static wrap for this. Okay, let me check. That should be slash register, not sign up. That should be slash register. So come right here, slash register, then send it in. User was successfully registered. If I go to my database right here, select all from, what's the database name? Task.users. And if I run it right here, you can see this is my user right here. Password, username, role, updated that, and like that. So let's also have this to log in a user. Let me duplicate this and call this login, and this is going to be called slash login, and the body remains the same thing. You just need your username and password. Click on send. We can see login was successful and our data token was returned to us. This means that my security configuration is working fine. So with this token, I can use this to perform some operations in my application. So let's write our task service. I'm just going to stop this right here by clicking on this red big icon right there. I'm going to just clear my screen right here, and I'm just going to bring this out. I'm going to just do this again. Go to my service right here. In my service, I'm going to create an interface called task service right here. An interface, and I'm going to have some method I'm going to be using to manage and create a task. So they're going to be like much. So let me just quickly start writing them right now. First is going to return a response of task, and it's going to be used to create, what is it, CREATE, to create a task. And that's going to take a task request, and that's going to be it. So let me just import the task right here from our entity. Let's not forget. Yep. So another one is going to get a task, which I'm just going to copy paste this. Is going to return a list of tasks. List of tasks, yes, and that's going to be called get all my task. This is basically going to get the task or the task for the user who created the task. So let's have to get a task by ID, and this is going to return a task, and this is going to be called get task by ID, and it's going to take in the ID of that task. That's basically to get the task details. I'm also going to have to update a task. Let me just do that right here. It's going to return a task, and it's going to be called update the task. And then let also have to delete the task right here. That's going to be called delete task, and it's going to return a void, a response of void. And then I can also have to get a task to get all pending tasks by confirmation. But if we see our design again, we can see we had, let me just check the design, we can see we're able to filter a task by status and priority. So let also have that endpoint. It's going to be called get all my tasks, get my tasks by completed status, where I'm going to pass in the completed, which is going to be either a true or false. So completed, and then I'm also going to have to get a task by priority. So which is going to be that get my task by priority and passing the priority. The priority can be, let me check what the priority is again. Priority can be low, medium, and high, and we can actually search that by priority right here. So that is it, and I'm going to have the task implementation right there. Going to come back to the implementation folder and package and write our task implementation right there. And this is going to have our service and require annotation right there. And yep, so this is going to implement our task service. I'm going to implement all the methods. And right here, I'm going to use my require R constructor to auto-wire by simply doing private final and having a task repository, and then by having the user repository as well, the user service as well, user service. So that's it. And to create a task is very going to be straightforward. I'm first of all just have my login, log.info, and say inside create task. And right here, I'm just going to have a user. First of all, I'm going to get the current login user by just calling using the user service.get current login user. So this is going to get the current user which is logged in on that instance. So after that, I'm going to build my task entity to save. Let's just call it task to save. This is going to be our task dot builder. Did I annotate this with a builder? Let me see. Task dot, oh, I don't have a builder. Let me go to my task right here and annotate this with a builder right here so I can use the builder pattern. So that's going to be task.builder.build. And as again I said, the code is there, so you can just get the latest code and then use. So task.builder.build, I'm going to add a title of it, which is going to be task request dot get title. Then the description is going to be task request dot get description, and then I'm going to get the priority and every other information which I need for that task, which I'm going to just do right here quickly, which is the description, which is going to be what's going on here. I think I did this wrongly. Okay, task, the description is there, the completed is there, the status, the priority is there, the due date is there, the created add, the updated add, and then I need to set the user right there who owns the task, which is going to be the current user right here. So after that, I'm going to save this task right here and say, call it save task, and that's going to be our task repository dot save, and that's going to be the task to save. So after that, I'm going to return my response. It's going to be return response.builder.build. I'm going to set my status code. It's going to be http status dot okay dot value. I'm going to set my message. That's going to be task created successfully. I'm going to set the data, which is going to be of the saved task, something like that. And that's it. And don't need that, I have to put that here. And that's going to, return our task. So to get on my task, I'm just going to come right here and just say log.info. Just going to say inside get on my task. I'm going to just first of all get the current. Do I need to get? Yeah, let's get the current login user. So just say current user equals to user service dot get current login user. Then I'm just going to have a list of tasks right there, and I'm just going to say call it tasks. I'm just going to say the task repository dot find by user right here. I'm going to pass in the current user. I'm going to sort it by getting the latest task first by using sort.by and then direction.descending and then that's by the ID. This is going to help get the latest task first and return it. So I'm just going to return my response right here and that's going to be all. This is going to be the status code http status dot okay dot value and then the message is going to be task retrieved successfully, and then the data is going to be our tasks, which is this right there. So this is going to be used to get all my tasks, and then let's also have to get the task by ID, and it's very straightforward. Just going to come right here and just say inside this and then task by ID right here. And then I'm just going to say task, which is task equal to task repository dot get by ID find dot find by ID, and then just pass in the ID right there. And then if it's not there, let's just throw an error or else true, which is going to be new not found exception and say task not found, something like that. If we're able to get a task, let's return the response. We just copy this right here. So let's return the response. That's going to be of task, not list of task. Task, and this is going to be task right here as a task retrieved successfully. I need to spell this correctly and just capitalize this. This is not going to be task, which is 1. And that's going to be it. So let's also have to update the task. And right there, I'm just going to also do what I have to do, which is log.info and say inside update task. And then I'm just going to first of all get task by ID by using this right here. And then after that, this is going to be task request.getID. And after that, I'm going to just have some method to check if the title is there, I'll update it. If the description is there, I'll update it. Just a very straightforward logic. I'm going to say if task, where is it? If task request dot get title is not equals to null, that means where user want to update that task, then I'm just going to say task.set title, which is going to be the task request dot get title. So I'm just going to do that for other fields. Which is going to be dot get description, and that's going to be description and set description. The next one is going to be get completed at get completed, and that's going to be set completed. Is it? The other one is going to get priority. Get priority. If it's there, then let's set the priority right. Then the other one is for due date. If I about to change the due date, then also do the same thing. And is it is going to be set due date. So that's going to be it. And then I'm just going to set the updated now, which is going to be the task dot set updated to be local datetime now. So that's all. I'm going to save the task by saying Windows says update the task. Which is going to be task updated task equals to task repository dot save. I'm just going to receive the task right there and then return my response. And say task updated successfully, and I'm passing the updated task right. So that's going to be it. Then to delete the task is basically just the same thing. Let me say log.info inside delete task. Here I'm just first of all check if the task exists. So if not task repository dot exist by ID, which is ID, if it does not exist, then throw new not found exception and say task does not exist. Something like that. So if a task is found, then let's say task repository dot delete by ID, and then let's pass the ID to delete the task, and then I'm just going to return my response. It's going to be status code of HTTP. You can just say OK again, and then the message is a task deleted successfully, and that's going to be all. Then to get my task by completed status, I'm going to do that quickly. Very simple. Inside this, I'm going to just say get my current login user service dot get current login user. Then I'm just going to have a list of tasks. It's going to be called tasks. That's going to be user repository, task repository dot find by completed and user, passing the completed status and passing the current user. This is going to get all the tasks of the user that whose completed status is either true or false based on the value passing. Then let me return my. I'm having a call again. I'm selling that. Then let me return my response right here, which is going to be like this. Task. Yeah, should it be task do successfully, or let me just say task filtered by completed status for a user. Let's just do that. And let's do that quickly right here. Task filtered by completed status for a user, and that's going to be the task. Okay, so that's it. So let me get also the same way I'm going to get task by priority. Is basically still the same as this. I'm just going to have this first and say inside get task by priority, and then I'm going to get the current login user right here, and then I'm going to have my priority right here, and say, let's say priority is an enum right here, which is, let's call it priority enum. This is going to be, if I want to convert the priority, which is a string, to enum right here, and now I'm going to convert this priority right here, which is a string, to the enum. I'm going to say priority dot value of, is going to be priority dot to uppercase, and that's going to convert it to the string type. And then I'm just going to have my list of tasks. This is going to be called tasks, and that's going to be task repository dot find by priority and user, which I'm going to pass in the priority enum, and then the current user, and then I'm going to add a sort to it, sort dot, what am I doing right here? Let me check the method, what is expecting a sort. Okay, let's do that. And current user, I'm just going to sort dot by, and direction dot descending. Let me move this to the next line so we can see. And then by the ID. So once we get the latest, we want to get the task where the ID is more, that means the latest entry first. So that's it. I'm going to return my response again right here. Copy this. What's going on here? That should be in here. And that should be called tax filtered by priority, tax filtered by priority for user. So let me just say by priority for user. Priority for user. So that's going to be it. Let me move this one step so we can see what we are doing. So our task, let me just view this to make sure this is built correctly. And yeah. So one other thing we can also improve on this code is we can actually annotate this with at transactional from the Auth framework or transactional annotation. We can annotate this with at transactional. It basically means that this entire entity is going to be treated as a as is going to be treated as a box. I don't know if that's the right word. It means that if you are performing a database operation and there is a break in transmission, it's going to roll back whatever you are doing. Let's say you are inserting into the database and you've inserted 3 values into the column and the other 2 values could not be inserted due to a, let's say, break somewhere. It's going to roll back every other thing that was there. So that is more like an atomicity where each database execution is occur as an atom. If there's a failure in one, it's going to reverse whatever was done before. So you can actually annotate the entire class with a transaction, or you can annotate each method that has to do with two database operation with transactional. So yep, so that's what transactional is, and our task service is okay. So let's have our task controller. I'm just going to give some space right here, and within my controller right here, I'm going to right click on it and create a new controller called task controller. And that's a class, and it's going to have the same annotation we have right here. Let me just bring that right here. And this is going to be /API /tasks. And then one thing I'm just going to be using require arg constructor right here. Require arg constructor right there. So here I'm going to bring in my task service right here. And I'm going to have some methods to create a task. So let me just copy what I have here as they are more similar. So put that here, and this is going to be called, I don't think I need any mapping right there. And this is going to be to create a task. That's going to be task service to create task, and this is going to take in task requests, call it task request, and pass in the task request right here. Move this down a bit so I can scroll up. So that's it, and this is going to return a task right here, and this is going to be used to create a task right here. So I also have to update a task. This is going to be put mapping, and this is going to be called update task, and that's going to be called update task. So let's have to get our task, and that's going to be get mapping right here. And this is going to this do not take any of these things right here. You don't need it. I'm going to call this get all my tasks. This is going to get all the tasks for that particular user, and this is going to return a list of tasks right there. So this is going to be used to get all the tasks for the particular user who is being logged in. So let also you help to get a task by ID. So let me just copy this right here. This is going to be get mapping. I'm going to pass in the ID as a variable right here as a path params. And this is going to be called get by ID. And I'm going to pass in the ID right here. And this is going to return a task right here. And right here, I'm going to name a path variable by saying at path variable and long ID. So this is going to get the tags by ID. This is going to be taken from the URL. Let's say I have something like let's say localhost slash task slash let's say 6 is going to pick this 6 and pass it down right here and collect it and get that task. So let also have to delete a task, and is copy this right here. It's going to be a delete mapping and takes the ID, and it's going to be called delete task, and delete task, and this is basically a void. And what is it going on here? This should be a void something for it. So this to delete task, that's it to delete a task. And then let's get tasks by completed status. So all the tasks by a completed status for a user. Let's do that. I'm just going to call this slash status. This is going to be called get task by completed status. And I'm going to be using a request param. So come right here at request params, and that's going to be a boolean of completed. So if the completed value is true or false, it's going to use that to search for the task for a user based on the completion data. Then lastly, let's also have to set a task by priority. So we're just going to copy this to get all the tasks by a user or the tasks by priority for a user. So we want to call this priority, and that's it. And this is going to be called get tags by priority. Get tags by priority, and this is going to request params, and priority is going to be a string. It's going to be called priority. I'm going to be passing the priority down right here, and that's it. And everything looks good. We're going to move forward to test this out. So I'm going to move forward to test this out. Go to my Postman right here. I'm going to right here in the task. Right, don't worry, right click on add request. I'm just going to call that create task. And that's going to be a post request, and that's going to be slash API slash task slash let me check what I have here slash API slash tasks, and then nothing, then to create a task. So then I think that's task. Then for your body, you need to pass in your body. Let me pass in my body right here. Click on the raw, make sure it's on JSON right here, and then have your body right here with your title, description, your completed, your priority, and then the due date. So for now, let's just try to do this and see if it's going to work. I'm not passing in any authorization for now. Click on send. You know what? I think my app is not running. Let me run it first, and then let's try it out. My app is running right now. I'm going to go back again. Click on send. We can see we are getting a 4.3 forbidding, means that you're not able to access this endpoint because you're not authenticated. We already said that before you access this endpoint, we already saying the Spring Security that you need to be authenticated before you access it. So let's do that. Come back to my login. We already have our login token right here. Copy it right here. Come to your create task. Go to authorization right here. Click on auth type. Click on bearer token. Pass in your token right here. And then that's going to be it. Click on save and then go back. Click on send. We can see JSON cannot deserialize the value of local time from this. Fail to deserialize this. Could not be passed at index 10. Okay, we're having issue with passing our due date. Let me go back again and see what I have right here. And that's going to be due date. Okay. Let me see again what I have here. Due date 2025 10/3. I think let's say 2025. Let's say I think that should be year, month, year. I think year, day, month. Let's just say 20, and let's say 06. Saying that you have an issue. Value of local date time from this. Fail to deserialize this. Okay, could not be passed at index 10. Okay, we have an issue with passing our date. So we're going to figure out what is wrong with this. Okay, let me just check again. I think for my, let me go back to my detail right here. So for my task request, I think this should be a local date, not a local date time. So change that to your local date. Yeah, so that should be a local date in your task request right here. That should be a local date, not a local date time. Turn that to a local date, and then due date should be task request dot get due dates. And I think I have an error right here. Let me see what is there. And let's make that a local date and go back to my task entity again. The due date should also be a local date, not a local date time. So make that change to a local date. In your entity, the due date is a local date. In your task request CTO, the due date is a local date. So just click on rerun again, and let's see, we want to use a date rather than a time, a date time. So that mistake was from my end, so please correct and forgive me. Okay, so this is running correctly. Again, let's test this out again. Our due date should be, let's take it back to the way it was, which is a year, month, and day. Click on send. We can see task created successfully, and this is the task right here for me. And created ad, updated ad is there, the due date is there, priority high, completed is false, and these are all. So let me create some other tasks, and then we can get all our tasks and manage all our clients. So let me just do this one. I don't know what I'm doing right now, but let's just try this. So this is going to be title, description, completed, priority. Let me just make this priority low. And then due dates. Let me execute this, and that is done. Let me try to make a due date to be below the today's date. At my end, my current date is February 12. Yeah, today is February 12. So let me just try to make it. Now I'm saying February. Today is May 12. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, today is May 12 at my end. Let me just try to make it May 11 right here and see if it's going to work. Click on send. We can see we are getting validation error, means that the task must either be the future. The due date must either be today or in the future. So let's just take this to the future to be like, let's say 20 of May, and saying we can see task was successfully added. So let's add some other tasks and then we are going to run it off. So come right here, create some task, and this is going to be on June, and priority is low, and that has been added. And let me add some kind of task again. And this is going to be the last one. I think that should be done after this. And to water my plants, and that's going to be in June 12th. Yeah, let's just make it June 15th. And the priority should be low, it's not urgent. So send, and that has been added there successfully. So let's look at endpoints to manage other tasks, like to, let me see, let me just bring this down for a bit. To update a task, to get hot task, and to get a task by ID. Let's first of all have to get hot task. I'm going to come right here and say get all my tasks. You know what? Before I do that, let me add another user so that the user can also have a task. So let me just call this Mary, and let's add a Mary right here. Mary should log in as Mary. Mary should log in as Mary, and yeah, so Mary should add a task. So let me use this Mary data to add a task right here. This task is going to belong to Mary. And then the body should be, let me just say, prepare presentation slides or something like that, because Mary kind of likes book, kind of like, research and stuff like that. So let's just say this is going to practice high, and this is going to expire tomorrow, which is 13th. And since you can see this has been created, and let's also have another task for Mary, but she kind of likes organized stuff. So let me see, she wants to organize her desk, and this is kind of like priority is like low. This is going to like expire. Due date is going to be like, let's say 30th of this month. Send, and that's that. So let me get all the tasks for Dennis first of all, and we don't need a body right here. It's a get request. Send. You can see these are all the tasks for Dennis, and let me get all the tasks for Mary. And by using the login for Mary right here, using the token of Mary to get all the tasks for Mary, come right here, paste it, send. We can see we got all the tasks for Mary, which is basically to organize desk and then to prepare presentation slides. So we can see each user can log in and have his or her own task and manage his or her own item, which is pretty cool, which is the reason why we want to do this. For people to come in to register, to log in, and to do their thing. So now let's have to update a task. I'm just going to duplicate this by clicking Command D or Control D. I'm just going to call it update task, and this is going to be a put request, and this is going to also take the ID. Let me check to update the task. I need the ID. So I think this is going to be for Mary. I'll pass the authorization right here for Mary, and I'm going to have the ID, which is going to be ID, and the ID is going to be, let me just check, it's going to be 6. So let me see, update task ID is going to be 6. Let me see, water plant updated. I'm just going to say updated to be sure that was updated right there. So is that, I think the ID is, wait, let me see. So water plant updated, is that should not be Mary, that should be me, that should be Dennis. So let me just log in as Dennis and pass in my token to send user not found. Oh, that's, what was my username again? I've forgotten. Let me just hit Dennis Stones. So yeah, username not found. Why? Sorry, That's Dennis Stones. Okay, that is Dennis Stones right here. Let me copy my authorization to update this, and that's it. So let me check the task for Mary Stones from Dennis and me for me. I have the water plant which is ID5, so let me update that. That's going to be ID5. The water plant updated. Saying that, we can see task updated, water plant updated. If I get on my task again, you can see water plant updated right here, which means my update has worked. So let me, I can I can get task by ID, I can delete a task, I can get my task by completed status. I can do all of this. So let's just do them one after the other. Let's get the task by ID. And I'm going to just come right here and duplicate this and just say get, where is it? Get task by ID, and that's going to be /5, and that's going to be get request and send. You can see water plant is there. ID5, I can delete a task. Let me come right here and say delete task. That's going to be delete requests, and that's going to be /star. If I take away my authorization, let's say no auth and send, we can see forbidden, right? So if I say no auth and try to delete this forbidden, I need to pass in the auth. You have to be right there. So let me try to delete this, and I don't need the body right here. I can take it off. Send. You can see request delete is not supported. Okay, let me check. Why? Okay, I need to pass in the ID, which is /5 right there. As we can see right here, to delete, you need to pass in the /ID right there. So pass in the ID right there, send. You can see task deleted successfully. If I try again to delete it, you can see task does not exist. So that means our delete works fine. What next do we need to test? Let's test to get my task by completed status. And I'm going to come right here and say get task by completed status. So this is going to be a get. I'm going to pass in a params, which is going to be, this is going to be /status first of all. And I'm going to pass in a params called, edit, called completed. Is going to be a true or false. So come right here. Go to your params right here, say completed, and the value is going to be a true or false. For authentication, let me pass in that for Dennis. It's going to be this. Is going to get the data for Dennis. So come right here, paste it there, and save it. Go to the params completed to be true. Let me check if I have any value that you can see status filtered by status, and for now there's no status, there's no completion status which is true. Let me just type in a false right there, FALSE, and send. So these are the tasks whose completion status is false. So let me just update the task and set the completion status to be true. Let me just get rid of this. Let me just get a task by, let me get all my tasks and see. Let me just get a task by ID1, and let's say ID1. I want to set the completion status to true. Send that. Okay, task. What's going on here? Update task. Okay, we're basically seeing, so I think the problem here is that when we are updating, I should not have validated the request. So let me remove this valid right here. Because I was using add valid, it was actually expecting me to fill in all these values right here. It was validating all of this. So to update a task, you don't need to add to validate anything. So that was the problem I was having. So let me rerun and try to update again. So that's the importance of running the test. So my app is running again. Come right here, click on send. We can see task was updated successfully and the completion status is true right now. So if I go to get my status by completed status, if I just turn that to be true again, saying we can see we have one item whose completion status is true. So this shows that this is working correctly. So our last endpoint to test is to get by priority, which I'm going to do quickly. And I'm going to come right here and duplicate and then just call this get tasks by priority. I'm going to pass in the priority. I'm going to pass in the params as well. It's going to be slash priority and the params are going to be priority. Can be, let's say, low, search for low and send. You can see all priority that are low has been retrieved right here. If I send it to medium, we can see all priority that are medium has been retrieved. If I send to high, we can see all priority that is high has been retrieved. So this implementation is working correctly. Now we are done with our back end. We are going to write our front end in React. So I'm going to first of all move down to create my React project. So I'm going to open my terminal or my command prompt. And let me just zoom this out. I'm going to seed it into a folder. And let me just seed into, you know what, let's just do it here. I'm going to be in this folder and I'm going to create a React project by using this command. Let me zoom up again so we can see clearly. npx create React app. I'm going to call it tasks. And this is going to be, let me just say task React. Yeah. Hit on enter and it's going to try to create a React project for us. We can see right now our project has been created successfully. I'm going to open this up in my test editor and I'm going to be using a Visual Studio Code. So I'm going to open my Visual Studio Code right here. I'm going to go to new windows right here, something like this. And if I click on this and click on open right here, I'm going to open a project which it was actually done here and it was called Task React right here. Click on that to open it and it's going to open up right here. If you don't have the Visual Studio Code, you can just come right here and just say Visual Studio Code download, something like that. It's a test editor and I'm just going to click on this to download it. So right now our project is here. I'm just going to open my terminal to try to run it. And before I run it, I'm going to be storing some dependency. If I go to my package.json right here, we can see these are the dependencies that we currently have for this project. So when I was doing the introduction, we can see that I was actually using the date picker where you want to select a date is going to drop down a date, and I was making API call and some other fancy stuff. So we need a dependency to be able to do that. So I'm just going to come right here, open your terminal, and I'm just going to install the dependency for that. I'm going to be installing the React Router DOM. I'm going to be installing the React Date Picker. I'm going to be installing Azure or Easy or something like that for making API. So just come right here and say npm I, which means installed. I'm going to be installing Azure. I'm going to be installing React Date Picker. I'm going to be installing, what again should I install? React Router DOM. React Router DOM, which is basically going to be used for navigation. So let me just make sure, check if everything is set. And let me just hit enter. Okay, I'm getting some kind of permission right here. I'm just going to, I think that's I'm using a MacBook and I think we're having some permission issues. So I'm just going to redo that again by using a sudo, which is going to give me the permission for this. I'm just going to say sudo. I'm not expecting you to have that issue, but if you have, just type in a sudo before you do your npm install all of this. Then it's going to prompt me for my password. I'm going to do that, and let me zoom this out, and it's going to try to download that. So we can see, let me zoom out again. Dependency has been added. If I come right here, we can see we have our Axios right here. We have our React date picker, and we have our React router done. And right now we are good to go. So I'm just going to bring this down a bit, and I'm just going to structure my packages right here. So before I do that, let me run this app to see if it will run correctly. So just to run it, we already have the script right here. Just do npm start, and it's going to try to run the app. We can see our app has successfully been run, which means our code is working fine. So let me come right here and structure my project into different folder. So I'm just going to be having a new folder called the API that it contains all our API functionality. I'm going to have another folder called guard, which is basically just to protect our endpoint. I'm going to have a folder called common, just to have our navigation, and I'm going to have another folder called I think pages. Just call that pages. Now we are going to have our CSS style. I already have a pre-written style out, and I'm just going to have it and paste it in my index.css. Because this is not primarily a styling course, so we'll not be spending much time with the CSS style. So I'm just going to go to my index.css right here. I'm going to have the styling right there. The code is already there. You can just go there and copy the style out. So in my app.css, I'm going to get rid of what I have right here. And in my app.js, I'm going to get rid of everything I have right here and right here. So what am I going to do next? I'm going to move to have my API service in my API folder right here. The API service is basically just going to be used to make a HTTP call to our backend to be able to receive our request. So I'm going to do that within my API right here. I'm going to right click on it, create a new file, and call that API service.js. So I'm going to first of all import the Axios, and I'm going to export my class. Let's make export default class and call it API service, and that's going to have my static. I'm just going to have my API URL, and that's going to be our HTTP is a local host, and the port is on 3300. If I can see that right here, it's on 3030, which is our port. Let me be very clear on that. So port 3030, and I'm just going to do /API because everything starts with /API. So these are base URL. And after that, I'm just going to have a method to save a token. When the user is logged in, a token is being generated. So let's save the token, so which will be used to authenticate the user for the task request. So to do that, I'm just going to have a method. And when the user is logged in, I'm going to save the token to the local storage by saying local storage dot set item, which is the key is going to be called token, and then the value is going to be called token. I also have to get token, which is going to be called get token, and this is not going to take in anything, and this is going to return. It's going to return local storage dot get item, and that's going to be using the key, which is called token. Then let's also check if a user is authenticated by saying is authenticated. And that's basically, I'm just going to check return true or false based on if we have a value in the local storage. I'm just going to return, let's use double notations, local storage dot get item, which is going to be the token. So this basically means that this double exclamation means that if this token is there, it's going to return true. If it's not there, there's no value there, it's going to return false. Let's also have a method to log out, and that's going to be called log out. And when the user is logging out, we just want to remove the token right there from the user. So I'm just going to say local storage dot remove item, and the key is the token. So let also have to get a header which we're going to be passing into our endpoint. So I'm just going to call that get header. This basically just going to generate an authorization header for us, which we're going to be passing into our endpoint when making HTTP call. So first, I'm just going to get my token, which is going to be using this dot get token. And then after that, I'm going to build my header by returning an object of authorization. Let me just make sure this is spelled correctly. Authorization, that's going to be bearer, and then give a space and pass in our token, which is a bearer, give a space and pass our token, which is basically what we're getting from here. If you can see, we're making an API call and go to the authorization right here. We can see and go to the header right here. This is the header. We can see we are having authorization right here. Authorization, which is the key right here, authorization, and the value is this. And we can see if I show this up right here, let me see if I can show it up. If I can show it, we can see the value start with the bearer space the token, which is what we are doing right here, bearer space the token. So that is our authorization. Then I'm going to add a content type also, and then I'm going to set it to application.json. So add a comma right here, have a content type, and that's going to be the application / the JSON, which is that which we can basically see right here as the first content type. We're not passing content type right here, but yeah, so let's just pass it right there. Okay, so that's it, and this is going to help to generate a header for us. So now let's move forward to have our endpoint to our API to register a user. So let me just call this register user, and it's going to be very straightforward. And it's just going to, let's have a static, let's make it an async, and let's call this register user, and it's going to take in the registration. Let's just call this registry. We can call it anything. Let's just call it body, so we'll not waste much time. And right here, we are just going to first of all get our response, which is going to be awaiting the result from Axios. And it's a post request axios.post, and then I'm going to pass in the API, which is going to be from, where is it, like this, here's my variable, which is going to be this dot API URL / auth. What's going on here? API URL is not showing correctly. Okay, copy / auth / register, and then I'm going to pass in my body right here, and then that's going to be it, and then I'm just going to return my response, which is going to be return response.data. So this to register a user, I'm going to have the same thing to log in a user, which I'm just going to copy right here and call this login user. It's going to be register user. So to log in user, that's going to be called a login user, and it's also going to be await.post. This time around is going to be /auth/login, and we're passing in the body and we are collecting the response right here. So I'm just going to write methods to manage and get my task, and which is very straightforward. I'm just going to quickly do it and have the code up. So this is the code. Let me just zoom that out. To manage a task, you can see right here, this is to create a task, to update a task. We can see right here, for all our task API, we are actually passing in our header, which we are getting right here, get header right here, we are passing that in. So we have methods to create a task, to update the task, to get all my tasks, to get that ID, to delete, to get completed status, to get by priority. So these methods has been written down. So again, let's also quickly move to have our route, our guard service, which is going to be used to protect our endpoint. If I click on the guard, go to new class and call it guard.js. And in my guard right here, I'm going to import my use location and then my navigate right there. And then I'm going to also import my API service right there. And right here, I'm going to have my method. I'm going to export it by default, and I'm going to call it auth route. You can call it whatever we want. Let's just leave it at auth route. And I'm just going to equal to, is going to be expecting an element, which is a component. So that's going to be element, which is a component. And then we're going to work on that by using that, and we're just going to first of all get the current location. What's that? Const location equals to use location, create an object of that, and then I'm just going to return API service dot is authenticated first, and then if it's authenticated, and then I'm going to allow the user to move forward. Else, if it's not, I'm going to do something like this, and let me just have another one right there. So if its user is authenticated, then let's render the component, which is this component right here. We don't need the import right here. Let's get rid of that, as the component is going to be passed in from our route class. So if the user is authenticated, let's render the component. Else, if it's not, let's navigate the user. So the login page, which is going to be that's going to be /login, and get rid of this. And then I'm just going to say replace, which is going to be state. That's going to be from location. So what that means is that after the user have logged in, you are going to move back to where the user was actually trying to accept before logging in. So that's what this is all about. So this should be from location here. So that's it. That's the navigate stuff right there. And I think our API and guard service is done. So let me just check if everything is moving fine right now. So let's have our navigation and footer. So if I go back to my design right here, we can see this basically. Let me just make this up. We can see this basically how our navbar is, and this how our footer is. So let's bring this to life. I'm going to come right here. In my common right here, I'm going to have a new file called footer. Let's start with the footer as it is easier. Let's just say footer.jxbox. And right here, I'm going to import the necessary things. I don't think I need to import anything. So let's not import. Let's just create our footer directly. Having a const, call it footer, and it's an arrow function. And I'm just going to come right here and return something, which is going to be not resize, return, and it's going to be a footer. I'm wanting to say footer widget, a footer tag, which is footer right here. And then within the footer, I'm going to have a div right here. And within a div, I'm going to write my implementation. So in the footer, I already have a class I already wrote at which I called footer, and the div already self have a class which I call footer content. Then within my footer content, I'm going to have my P right here, which I'm just going to, just say, add copy and something like that by just saying add copy, something like copyright, something like that. I'm just going to use the new date like this, and then .get full year, .get full year, invoke that, and then I'm just going to say, let's just go say task manager app. You can give it whatever name you want. Just say all rights reserved. So that's it, and I'm going to have another div again, and this is going to just give it a styling called footer links, and I'm going to have my A right here, have multiple A tags, and this is going to be called terms of service, and the link is basically just going to go to the home page as I don't have the terms. So just give it a class styling, which is a class name. Where is that? I forgot about the A right there. Give it a class name of footer, call it links. Let me zoom this out so we can see. I think I should have done that. Let me zoom this out more so we can see what I'm doing right there. Let me zoom, just leave it that way. Then I'm also going to have like terms of policy and other kind of stuff right there, as you can see right here. So the next one is going to be the privacy policy. If it's there, and the last one is going to be contact us. It's going to be contact us. So that's it. We have our terms of service, we have our privacy policy, and we have our contact us. And yeah, so this is our footer. Let's quickly have our navbar up in the same common. I'm going to right click on new file, call it navbar.jxx. And right here, I'm going to do the same thing, create my functional components, const, call it navbar, and that's going to be, first of all, just going to check if the user is authenticated, as we're going to be using the authentication to render a specific, to display a specific link, in the sense that if you are logged in already, then we're not going to show the login and the register. If you are not authenticated, we'll show you the login and the register. So we're just going to call that is authenticated, and this is going to be API service dot is authenticated right there. And then I'm just going to have my navigate. I need to navigate right here. Okay, navigate, which is going to be called use navigate. I need to import this so I can use it. Use navigate right there, which has been imported for me right here, and the API service has been imported for me right here. So that's the two things we need to do right here. And after that, I'm going to move forward and have my method to handle a logout. If the user logs out, we want to log out. Let me just call it a handle logout, and I'm going to make it an arrow function again. And here I'm just going to prompt the user to confirm if he or she wants to log out. So I'm just going to say, if do you want to log out, have a prompt, which is window.confirm, and I'm just going to say, are you sure? If the user says yes, then if his logout is true, if the user confirms he wants to log out, then call the API service and log out the user, and then that's going to be all, and then navigate the user back to the login page slash, let's say login, the login page. So that's it, and let me have my template right here by returning a template. I'm just going to have a nav right here and have a div right here, and within the nav I'm going to give it a styling called Navbar, and then the div is going to be have my styling called logo, and within the logo right here I'm going to have my logo by having a link right there, and just going to call it we don't know what to call it, let's call it Nav Manager, and the link is going to have a tool. When you click on it, we want you to just go to home. Don't know. Then give it a class name of, let's say logo link. That's what we already wrote out, and that's it. And yeah, so below that, I'm just going, not below the navbar, below the div, I'm just going to have another div, and this is going to be more like the list items I want to display. I'm going to give it a styling already called, I'm just going to have a desktop view and a mobile view. So I just called it desktop nav. This is desktop nav styling. I'm just going to first of all check if you are authenticated. If the user is authenticated, then do this. Yes, if you are not authenticated, then do this. So if you are authenticated, let's list what you need to do. Then we want to render some list right there. So I'm just going to wrap that within this empty tag. You can actually just call it a div if you want to. It doesn't really mean. If you are not authenticated, let also just wrap it with a div and place it right there. So what's going on right here? And let me see. Okay, I think I did not do that properly. This should be here. This should be div right here. Yeah. So what's this right here? Div has no closing tag. Okay. Okay, here has a div right here. You know what? Let's just leave it as an empty tag. I don't really know what I'm trying to do right here. I need to reread the code again to see what I was trying to do. So now let's have some links right here, and this is going to have a link right here, and this is going to be tool, and this is going to be called tasks, meaning if you're authenticated, then we show the link to task. I'm just going to have a styling right here called nav, what is it? Nav link. And this is going to be called my tasks. Then you have access to view your task. And then I'm going to have a button right there to log out because you're already logged in. And on click, we're just going to handle the logout right there, which we already wrote the method out right here. Then right here, I'm going to give it a styling of nav button. And right here, I'm just going to have a log out. So if you are not authenticated, then we're just going to show your login and register right there. So if you are not logged, what's going on with my throat? If you are logged in, we're going to show you in my task and the log out. If you're not logged in, we're going to show you the login and the register button. So we've not exported this, so let's do that quickly before time gets run out. So after that, I'm just going to say export default, and that's going to be called Navbar. So we're exporting this so we can actually use it elsewhere. But the footer, I don't think we exported that. Why did I call it footer? It should be called footer. Let me rename it right here and call footer. And I did not export the footer, so let me just quickly do that. Export default, and that's going to be called the footer. So we're exporting it so that we can reuse it elsewhere. So that's it. So for us to use this, I'm going to go to my app.js, which is this right here, and I'm going to bring them here. So first of all, I'm just going to get rid of this div and get rid of everything right here. We don't need it. And in my div right here, I'm going to have my browser router, which is browser router. I'm going to close that. We can see that has been auto imported for me. If you're unable to auto import right here when typing a component, what you should do is that go to this icon right here, the extension. And what do I even have extension here? Let me see if I have React extension. I don't think I have any React extension right here. Let me see. Okay, I don't have any extension. I think by default you should be able to auto import. Okay, I'm not using any extension, I'm just using this theme right there. Yeah, it should be able to auto import for you. Having a call again. Let me just cut that off. Okay, yeah, so let's do that. And here I'm going to bring in my navbar, which is navbar right here. And then I'm going to bring in my footer, which is footer right here. And we can see our navbar footer is there. Let me just check. Okay, I'm having some error right here, meaning that link is not defined in our footer. So let me just check what is wrong with that. In our link is not defined in our navbar. So let me see why link is not defined. I did not import it. So let me go to my navbar right here, and right here I should have imported the link. I did not. So before the use navigate, let's just type in our link right here to import it, which is link right here, and then put in the comma, and the link has been imported. We can see our error is gone. So bring that down, make sure your link is imported wherever you are using a link. So that is it. So let me just go back to my page. We can see our navbar is up here and our footer is up here, and currently our footer is not displaying correctly. I think these tests are not were formatted. I'm just going to check my styling to see what is wrong there. So let me just do that now and see. Let me just check. Okay, I think this should be link, not links. This should be footer link. Let me just check again. We can see they are now white right here. So our navbar and our footer is sitting properly. So we're going to move to write our login and registration page. So if I go back to my design right here, this is exactly how our registration page is going to look like. So let's bring this to life. I'm going to come back to my code, bring this down. And right here in my pages, right here, I'm going to click on it and create a new component called register. Let's just make it simple and call it register.jsdocs. So here I'm going to create my component called register and make it an arrow component. And I'm going to first of all create my use state. I'm basically just going to create my form data, which is going to be used to collect our data, which is basically the username and password. So I'm going to be using a use state right here and call it form data and call it set form. What's that? Set form. What's that again? Set form data. And this is a use state. I'm just going to use state. We can see it has been imported for me right here. So be careful and make sure your imports are coming. That's going to be use state of object of username, and which I'm just going to by default set to empty, and then password, which also for now I'm just going to set to empty. Let me just use a single tick right here. Basically the same thing. So that's it for for that. And after that, I'm just going to have another use state to hold my error. So const, call it error, and then set error. This is going to call use state, and by default is going to be a string type. So for those who might not really understand what a use state is, a use state is basically a hook that you can use to hold and set data in a component. So what this means is that there's a variable called form data, and it's going to hold a value called username and password. And when we want to set value for this data, we're going to use the method called set form data to set the value for this. So that's basically how what use state is. And it's going the data can be changed based on the state of the application. So that's how it is. So what we have right here is that we're having a variable called error, and we're having a method called set error, which is going to be used to set the value for this error. And by saying use state means that we are basically saying that this is going to be managed. This variable is going to be managed by using this method. So that's it for that. And I'm just going to have my navigate right here to navigate after a user has successfully been register. So let's call that navigate equals to use navigate, and we can see that has also been imported right here. So let me have a method to handle a change, and let's call it handle change. Means that whenever a user is filling in his username and password, we are going to be setting the data right here. So this is going to take in an event, which is E. Going to take in an event. And right here, we are going to, this should be const. Let me just spell this correctly right here. And right here, we are going to, first of all, get the name and the value from the form. And this is going to be e.target. That's the T-A-R-G-E-T. That's T-A-R-G-E-T. That's e.target. And that's it. And then I'm just going to say set form data by having the previous PRO, let's just say PRO, if by having the previous data and then replacing it with the new information which is coming in by using the spread operator right here, and put in a comma and say the name right here and then the value. So what this does is that whenever this method is triggered in our form, which we are going to see shortly, and it's passing in an event, it's going to take in the name and the value. And here we are setting the value of this based on the key name. So the name, if the name is username, we are going to pick the username right here, collect the existing one, and then replace it with the new one that is coming by just adding them on top of it. Same thing with the password right there. So that's what this is that's what this is. And we are also going to have a method to handle submit. A user decides to submit and click on the submit. Let's have a method to handle the submit right there. So let me just call this handle submit, and I'm going to start writing it up. That's going to be an async. Let's make it an async and await. It's going to take in an event, take in an arrow function, and then let's just say e.prevent default first of all. And then after that, I'm going to just first of all just set, you know what, let's just forget about the error for now. I'm just going to say if not form data dot username or form data dot password, let me say, or not form data dot password. So if there's no username is empty or the password is empty, I'm just going to set error, which is going basically just going to say please fill in all fields. So when the user click on submit, we must make sure that the fields are filled before the value actually submitted, and we're going to break it by using a return. If everything is fine, let me wrap this in a try and catch right here, and within the try I'm going to make a HTTP call to our API. I'm going to collect the response, and if it's successful, I'm going to navigate the user to the login page. Let me just call this response right here, which is going to be await API service dot register user, and I'm just going to pass in the form data right there. And if it's successful, if response dot status code, we can see right here, whenever for every response we have a status code right here. See, so if the status code is equals to 200, then let's navigate to the login page. That means the registration was successful. Else, if it's not 200, then we're just going to set the error and then extract the message right there, which is basically response dot message. If there's no message, which there will always be message, I just say registration not successful, something like that. Okay, so that's it. And if there's any kind of error, let's just catch the error by saying set error, and that's going to be the error dot response. It is there, we're just going to get the data. If it's there, we're going to get the message. Else, if we're not able to get the tangible error, let's just say error dot message, something like that. It's going to display that. So that's it. And let us also quickly have our template right here by coming below right here and say return our template. That's going to be a div, and then it's going to have another div again. Then I'm just going to have my styling right here, class name called auth container, and then have another styling right here called auth card. And then I'm going to first of all display my error over here. So if there's error right there, then if there's error, then run this little div right here. Why is the div not showing the div? Okay, then run this little div. And then let me just display the error right here by picking the error. And then I'm just going to have a class styling right here called error message, and then that's going to be it. And then move it down, I'm going to have my form, actual form right here, which is form, and I'm just going to have on submit right here, on submit is going to execute the handle submit, which we've already written above. So here within the form, I'm going to have my div, and then that's going to have a styling class name called form group, and then we're going to have our label there. It's basically just called username, and that's going to be called username. And then what else are we going to do? We're going to have our inputs where the user is going to type in the username. The input is type test. Let me just see, I didn't see test right here. Is this, and we're going to have the name, the ID, those kind of stuff. And yeah, move this up a bit. So the name is going to be called username. The ID, let's just keep it as username. Then the value is going to be the form data dot username, and then on change, when there's a change in this, we want to set the value to the username right there by saying handle change, which is going to execute that method and set the username to the form data username right there. Then we can have a placeholder if you want to, which is basically just a hint that we say enter your username. So that is it. I'm going to do the same thing for the password by just coming right here, copy this right here, and paste it right here. And that's going to be called password. This password right here, and everything here is going to be password, 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 enter your password. And the type is going to be also be password. So that's it, and I'm going to have a button to submit, button right here, and I'm going to call it register, and here the type is submit, that equal to sub, what is it? That equals to submit. I was expecting it to complete for me, and then give it a styling called auth submit. I think I call it auth button, I don't know, yeah. This type is called submit. Let me just spell that correctly. Okay, this should have a button right there. Button, what's going on? The type, yeah, should be equals to submit the app. I've gotten what I was looking for. So that's it, and I'm going to have a little thing that will say don't have an account or already have an account. Login right there below the form. Let's just quickly do that. Already have an account. Click on this to log in. And the link, we need to import the link. Make sure the link is being imported right here. Good. So, and one last thing, let's not forget to export our class. So export default, and that was called Navbar right here. And we're exporting this class right here. So no, that should be registered, not Navbar. I'm exporting the register right here. Okay, so now for now, we are not going to know if the changes are affected because we've not loaded this class. So let's go to our app.js and load this up right there. So go to my app.js, and here I'm going to load it up right here by having my routes. Have your routes right there. And then within my routes, I'm going to have my route, ROUTE. And within this route, I'm going to have my path right there, which is basically going to be /register, and then my element is going to be my component, which is going to be the register component which we just created. Register. I'm going to lock it up, and we can see I'm importing my browser routes, my routes, and my routes. I can as well just import my navigate because I'm going to be using it. So yeah, so that's it, and let me just import it right here. I already know navigate. Let's just import it right there. So let me just check. We can see we are not having syntax error right here, and I'm going to just go to the register and check if I can display my registration page correctly. So come right here, click on register. We can see our registration page is up right here. So now let's write our login page, and then we can then test both of them out at the same time. So I'm going to come right here to my common. I'm going to come to my pages right here and write my login page, create a new file, call it login.jx, and that's our login page. And I'm just going to keep this up quickly. It's basically similar to what we have in our registration. So I'm just going to copy everything I have in my register right here. Copy everything and paste it right here in my login. I'm just going to call this login and call it login. I think I named that. And everything is good right here. And I'm just going to, what should I modify right here? This is going to be login user. And if you successfully log in, I want to go to the task page. And then this is going to be login not successful, and everything right here is the same. At least is going to be called login, and this is going to be called don't have an account login. So I'm just going to do that right here, don't have an account, then register right here, register here, something like that. And I'm going to import to register this in our app.js right here. I'm just going to call this login, and this is going to be called login. So just check, I have no error right here. Let me double check again to see if everything is fine. The most important thing is to have your login method right here to log in a user and then navigate to the tasks if the login is successful. So that's it. So we're going to test this. If I click on login, you can see login right here, login, register here, click on it, it goes back, click on it, it goes back, and it's moving very smooth. Okay, one last thing, I think I need to have a title right here to say login and register. Same thing we have right here. We have register right here, kind of like title, and we have login right here. Okay, so let me do that quickly. I'm going to come right here, and before my error right here, I'm just going to put in a H1 called login. And for the registration, I'm just going to do the same thing, put in a H1 called register. Come right here, before my error right here, have a H1 called register. So come right here again, we can see login is here, register is here. So let me just check this out. To register a user, let me just check my database right there where I have. You just see, I only have like, let me just register Samantha, and the password is Samantha. Click on register. You can see it has been registered because if I come to my database right here, you can see Samantha was added right here. You can see. And if I log in, it's going to log in. Let me just log in with existing user called Dennis. I already have that already existing. No, I think I haven't made it. I have Dennis Jones. Let me just use that to register. To log in Dennis Jones, and the password was Dennis. If I remember, login. Login was successful. You can see it navigated to the /task. And yep, so my login and register did not change. Let me just check why. I'm expecting this to rename since I've been registered successfully. Okay, yeah, I think I did not do that. When I logged in, I'm supposed to have saved the token, so I didn't do that. So if I come right here, I go to application, I go to local storage, there's no token right here. So let me quickly modify that code. Come to my login right here, and when a login is successful, if the status is successful, let me save the token by saying API service dot save token. That's going to be the response dot data. So how do we know that's it? When you go to the login right here and the user is logged, we can see the data is the token right there. So that is exactly what we are doing right here. Let's save the token response.data. So let me just come right here again and log in again. Let me just get this out. Click on the login. That should be, let me just do that again. Let me see. Dennis Stones, I think Stones, yeah. And then the password is Dennis. Click on login. That's going on. Let me see. That's Dennis Stones. Okay, that has been logged in. We can see my task here and the logout is there. Let me log out. Has been logged out, so let me log in again to be sure that this actually worked. Log in, we can see it has been logged in. It went to /task. We can see my task is here and the logout is here. If I go to inspect and I go to at the top right here, I go to application right here, and I go to the storage and I go to the token right here. We can see we have a token right here, and the value is our JSON Web Token, which is our JWT token, which was saved after a login. So our registration and login worked. So let me move forward to have my task page, which is basically going to be something like this. Okay, this is basically what we want to do. Here we can display all the tasks for the user. So I'm going to clear up some of my pages right here to have some free time to play around. And at our custom is, I'm going to go to my pages right here and create a new file. I'm going to call that tasks. I just call it task page.sx. And right here, I'm going to create my variable, my component called tasks page, and we're going to use the arrow kind of way to do this. And before I forget, let me quickly export it right now. As I may be tempted to forget, export default, and that's going to be task page. Let me just rename this correctly and use HTTP right there. So now I'm going to have my implementation right here. So first of all, I'm going to bring in my variable use state to collect the information I need. First of all, I want to get all my tasks for the login user, and that's going to be set in as task. I'm going to use the method called set task to set it. So just do that set task right here, and that's going to be a use state, use state, and the use state of array. So the data type is an array. That's why I'm having this kind of stuff right here. If it were a string, we do like this. We're expecting the data to be an array, so we just use the use state of array. Then I'm also going to have, since we're going to be performing some filtration, we're going to be filtering and performing some search. When I click on a priority to filter by priority, I want to filter the priority and display them also with the status. So I'm going to also be having a use state to save the information when I click on filter, also when I click to search. So I'm just going to call this filter task, and that's going to be set filter task, and that's going to be the use state of an array again. Then I'm also going to have my error and set error right there. Error and set error, and that's going to be a use state. This time around is going to be of a string. Then we can also have a priority, and that's going to be called priority filter, and I'm just going to do that quickly. Priority filter, which is basically just a filter for priority right here, and by default we are going to call it all right there. So there's going to be a drop down to select all, and then we're also going to be having the completed filter right here, which is basically the status. Completed filter right here, which is basically the filter to select the status. You can select all by completed and thereabout. Also going to be using this to hold the value right there. Now I'm going to be having my use navigate and my API service right there. Use navigate, this is going to be called use navigate. Make sure it's being imported right here. And then your API service, make sure the API is being imported. Make sure the API is being imported by saying API service. If that's not being imported, let me just import it manually and say import API service right there. Why is it importing? Import API. We come to my register right here and just copy this right here. There we go. This and come right here and import it right here. API service from this. So that's it, and we're going to move forward to have our methods. There's one thing I want to get clear. I don't know if it's best for me to write my template first before writing my methods right here, or it's best I write my method before my template, because I don't really know the feedback. I'm not getting enough feedback to see how my front end tutorial used to be, because I know my backend is a bit okay. People flow along. What For the front end, I don't really know how you guys feel along the front end. Do you want me to write the template first, or you want me to write the functions first for the front end? So just let me know, and I'm going to improve on that. But for today, I'm just going to proceed with having the function first. Maybe when I get a better feedback, I can then start writing my template first, so probably some people can move quickly. But since I have no feedback, I'm just going to go with the usual flow. So I'm going to have my use effect right here, and just going to have it like this. And then if there's a change in the, this is going to be executed when there's a change in the, if in the authentication of the user, or let's say user is navigating or something, it's going to trigger the use effect. Now in this use effect, I want to fetch all the tasks for that user. So I'm just going to come right here and say const fetch task. It's going to be an asynchronous and an await, and I'm going to do something like this, and I'm just going to wrap this with a try and catch. And if there's error, I'm just going to set the error right away without having to waste much time, and that's going to be that. So within my try catch, I'm going to just get all the tasks for that user, which I'm just going to call response, and that's going to be await API service dot get all my tasks, and that's going to get all the tasks, and I'm going to just check if it's successful. If response dot status code, let me just get my status code right here. If my response dot status code is 200, successful. And then I'm just going to set my task and set my filter task right there. That's going to be set task right here, using this use right here to set the task to the task, and that's going to be my response dot the data. At the same time, I'm just going to set filter again, set filter task to the response dot the data, and that's okay. ES, if somehow I'm unable to get a status code is not 200, I'm just going to set the error right here, and we're going to be at peace. So that's it for to fetch all the tasks. So I'm not executing this method right here, so let me execute it. I'm just going to say if is authenticated, then let's fetch the task right here. As if the user is not authenticated, let's just prompt the user to navigate to the login page. Something like that. Yeah. So this looks good. And I'm going to also have another use effect, which is basically going to use to handle filter. So I'm just going to move down right here and have another use effect right here. And that's going to be an arrow use effect. And I'm going to pick an eye. I'm going to render this if there's a change in, let's say, priority filter, there's a change in completion filter, there's a change in tasks. It's going to execute these other methods, right? It's going to execute this use effect. So in this use effect, I'm going to have a method, a function, a method called apply task, and this is going to be an async. And it's going to have an arrow function, and we know what to do. I'm just going to have my try and catch again, which is a bit sweet. And if there's error, I'm just going to catch it right here by having the error right there. And then within my try block, I'm going to first of all just say it's just basically for we are performing filtering when the user click on priority or click on status, just want to filter the data which we are already getting from the task. So I'm just going to first of all say results equal to, let me just use this kind of spread operator to get the tasks right here. And then after that, I'm just going to apply, let me just comment this out so we can understand what is going on here. Apply completion filter if any, if not else, you know what, let me just quickly just do that. I'm just going to say if completion filter is not equals to all, then I'm just going to fetch my information from the database by saying API service.get task by completion status. I'm just going to say completed filter equals to completed. This means that if we already know what this method does, it's basically just to search for the completion status, which is a boolean, either a true or false. So if the completion status is true, it's going to fetch all my tasks that I have completed. If it's false, it's going to fetch all my tasks that I have completed. So when the completion filter is the same thing as completed, that means this value right here is going to be true. And if it's not completed, it's going to be false. We're going to see how that's going to be done in our template. So this is what this does, and I'm going to have an if statement and say if response dot status code. Let me just get my status code right here. If response dot status code is 200, that means it's successful stuff. I'm just going to say results equals to response dot data. I'm going to get all the results and set it back to the results right here. And that's it. And let me just also apply filter if it is not all. And after the if right here, I'm going to move down and just say, have a comment and say I apply filter if not all. And right here, I'm just going to say if priority filter. This is for priority filter. Now apply if not all for, you know what, let me just say apply filter, apply completion filter, then apply priority filter. This is basically just to apply completion filter and apply priority filter. Yeah. So if priority filter is not equals to let's use double equals to right now all, that's going to also check for data type. So let me just add a double equal to right here to also check for the data type as well. If it's not all, then I'm just going to also do the same thing and say response equal to await, and I service dot get my task by priority. I'm just going to pass in the priority right there. It can be any value. It can be, let me check. Priority can be high, medium, or low. So that's it. And I'm just going to get the status code and just do what I have to do. So if response dot status code is equal to 200, then I'm just going to also have another statement again and say if completion filter is not equals to all, then I'm just going to say const priority. Where is it? Priority. Where's my priority? Can I just say priority task? Let's set my priority task right here. Equals to the response of data, and then I'm going to just say results equals to results dot filter. I'm just going to filter it and then call it as task. I'm going to execute this by saying priority task dot sum. I'm going to say crazy stuff. Let's say dot sum and what I have to do. Then just get the ID, which is simply as the task ID, else results equals to response or data. So I'm just going to have a little bit of comment right here so we can get to see what it's all about. if both filter are applied, we need to intercept the result. So that's basically what I do. If I'm doing having both filter, we need to then know which result. We need to make sure our result is synonymous with both filters we are applying. So that's it. And I'm just going to, below that, I've not triggered this method right here. I'm going to, first of all, after that, I'm going to say set filter task, which is going to be the results. Let's not forget that. And if there's error, we are catching it. And then after that, I'm basically just going to say, before I execute that, I'm just going to say if tasks dot length is greater than 0, that means that we have to execute the apply. That's right there. So this is it. It might be confusing, but don't worry, it's very straightforward, and that's how we react. This was kind of crazy. So now let's move to toggle our completion, because as we're doing the demo right here, if you click on mark completed, it's going to, put this kind of color right here, and it's going to mark this task as completed by updating the task status. So let's do that, and I'm just going to come right here and call that, just come right here. I'm just going to call that toggle completed, toggle completes, just to complete the task right there. It's basically just to update the task and mark it as complete. This is going to be an async again, and we're going to take this task ID and then the current status, what we want to pass in, and scenario function. Let's make it that way, and I'm just going to have this a try catch, and if there's error, I'm just going to set the error by copying this right here and just paste right there and say error updating task, error updating task. Then within my try block, I'm just going to make an API call to update the task. That's what we are doing. We're not doing anything complex. Just have my response and say await API service dot update task, and I'm just going to pass in the ID. Let me just move this down, passing the ID, which is basically the task ID, which is this we are collecting right where it's coming in as a task. What's it called right there? And then we have a complete status, which is called completed, and that's going to be true or false based on the current status. Let's just say not current status. It's going to make this a true or false. So what's going on right here? An ID is giving me some kind of crazy stuff. This should be an object, so let me not forget that it's an object, and it expects an object right there. So that's it. So to update a task, if I go back to my methods right here, we can see, let me just bring this down. I don't know. We can see to update a task right here, we have, where is it? Yeah, to update a task, we can either pass in the completed is going to be a true and false, and that's the passing the ID and the completed right here. And the completed is a boolean, so that's basically what we are doing right here. The completed and the task. So this is going to, if the current status is there, it's going to be true. If not, it's going to just be false. And then pass the task ID. So this is going to do the needful, and I'm just going to have an if statement to check if that is complete, and then I'm going to say if response.status code equals to 200 and 3 equal to, then I'm just going to set task again, set task, that's going to be task.map, and then each of them is going to be a task, and then I'm just going to execute something like that. We'll say a task dot ID, and that's going to be 3 equals to task ID, and then I'm just going to do some kind of structure right here and say task, and then completed. See, and then just going to be not detect status and then S, let's just make it task right. So this kind of crazy, and let's just leave it that way. And so that's it for our part and the errors. So that's it. So if it's 200, we're just basically just going to get the task, just basically filter that, and then S, if unable to perform this operation, we're going to leave it. So it looks good. Let me write my template, and so I'm just going to come right here and return my template, which is that. I'm going to have my div, and then within that, I'm going to have another div right here. And right here, I'm going to, let me zoom this out in so we can see. I'm having my class name called tasks. Task container. And within the other one, I'm going to have another styling right here and call that tasks header. And then I'm going to have my link. Let me just make sure that it is imported. Just come right here and import it right here in the React router DOM. For the link right there. And then having my link is basically just to have my add task right there. Basically called add new task. We're basically doing this thing right here, doing this design right here. So, and for this link, I'm just going to have a tool right there. So if you click on it, it's going to navigate you to the slash tasks. Let me just say, for you to slash tasks, go into the task slash add page, and then that's it. I'm just going to have a styling class name called this is design add task button. So that's it, and I'm going to just our button right there. Then below that, I'm going to display my error if it's there. So come right here and see if error is there, and just have a p tag to display it. We just say p tag and just display the error, and right here, and then have the styling right here of error message. Okay, so that's it, and let's have my other div again, and have my other div right here, display the tags. So let me just move this down. The first one is going to have a class name of task filter. I think this is getting very barbarian. I think I'm just going to pause this and quickly write everything out so easier for me. So another class name of called filter. So I have written the template is very straightforward, and this is to add a task button, and this is to display the error, and this is to search by filtering the task by priority, and this is other one by filter and search by the completed status. And this is where we are displaying all. This is just to click on reset filter if you want to do that. And this is where we are filtering and displaying all our tasks, where you have to display the priority, you display the due date, you display the created that, you have to mark completed, you can decide to edit, which is going to go to the edit part, all of that. So let me register this and let's see how it's going to look like. So right here, come over there, do that. I'm just going to call this task page, and this is going to be slash tasks. Let me just move this down to the next page. We can see response is not defined. Okay, task page, Control C, F, is that with this res, it should be res, and I'm also having that. Okay. Yeah, so our task page seems to be done right here. So let me just check it out to see if it's going to work. I'm having a double mind right here. So come right here, go to my task. Oh, we can see our task is kind of working. If I mark this completed, we can see it as a completed right here. If I filter right here, completed, oh, filtration is not working. Okay, I think I need to work on that. Check priority. Priority is working. Let me go to medium is working. Okay, go to all is working. Status, go to all. It's there. Completed, it's not there, and pending is not there. So let me just check what is going on right here. Why the filter is not working? It's basically just supposed to be. It's supposed to be this. So let me check what is wrong right here. And this is going to take me some time. I don't know if I can check it right here or I should wait for to check it offline. So let's just check it together. This will apply filter. This one, I think this one is apply completion filter, which is basically this one right here. I think that's the problem. And see right here. Let me know what's let me this out. Okay, so you know what? Let me just inspect this and my console right here and this is status console.log and let's just say response dot I don't know the right thing to do. Let me just go to status and it's not featuring. Okay, I'm getting this. So let's just make sure that the response code is stored, the status code. Let me just say get my filter by completed status. So what am I expecting? I'm not supposed to be doing this. Yeah, this way I am. So let me just check this method right here and see. Let me see inside apply filter not or like that. Just check inside that. Okay, that's good. That's good. Come right here, do this. Yeah, it's working. But this get my task by completed status. Probably where the problem is. I'm going to just okay. I need to await this. Yeah, so I was not awaiting this. So let's await this AWT. So let's not make that mistake. I'm using asynchronous and I was not awaiting for this response to come down before updating. So let me await it and that's going to work out right now. So let me come back again. I click on pending, is display of pending task. Yeah, so that works fine. Task completed is displaying all completed tasks only. If I go to pending, it's showing all pending tasks, and if I go to all, it's showing all tasks right. So now that our task has worked correctly. So one last thing, I want to add some guard to my task endpoint. Only want an admin, sorry, we only want an authenticated user to be able to access this page. And we already have the, if I, you know what, well, if I just log out right here, let me just like this. If I click on log out right here, log out, and I go to slash task, we can see it's not working. Okay, that's not working because we are actually seeing that it should navigate to the login page. So if I comment this login out and I go to slash task, you can see he opened the page, but there was no task right here. So the best way for us to do this rather than navigating right here is to come to our app.js. Since we already have a guard, is to use the guard to protect this endpoint. How can we do that? We're just going to come right here and say element was to we just wrap everything with the guard. Open the guard right there, close the guard right here, close the where am I closing the guard? Close the guard right here. And then within the element, I'm just going to say use my auth. I'm going to import my auth route right here. So let me see if it's going to import for me. Auth routes. Auth routes. It's not importing again. Let me just import it directly from here, and I'm going to say import auth route. It's not importing. Let me see. You know what? Let me just say import auth routes from dot slash. Wow, this is really crazy. My it's not even giving me any sign. Dot slash guards. Let me just go back and see. This is I'm exporting first right now. Yes, I'm exporting it, but I'm unable to import it. Oh, it's okay, it's fine. So let's just have that right here. Element is going to be the auth route, and then within the auth route, I'm going to have an element right here, which is going to be the task right here, and I'm going to close this out right here. And so this is going to protect this task right here. So if I go back and try to go to, so now if I go back right here and go to the slash task right here, we can see it has taken us back to the login. So that means that our guard implementation right here is working. So I can just come back here and bring this in, and yeah, our guard is also going to protect this. So now that is it. So let me log in back and just log in back to Dennis Stones. Dennis, and that's it. Okay, so if I click on add new task, we can see there's no task, no page to add new task right now. So we are going to write that page quickly. So to do that, I'm going to come back to my page. I'm just going to have a component called add new task, and because our time is fast paced, I'm just going to quickly do that at the background so you can have access to it. So I believe you already understand how these things work. So call it add, that should be called add task. That should be called task form. Let's just call it task form. It's basically a form that's going to be used to add and edit a task. So I'm just going to come right here. Come right here, call it new page task form.jsx, and this is going to have my implementation to add and edit a form. I'm just going to quickly write my implementation down. I'm going to explain it. So here's our implementation. We are bringing our normal importation, and we are having our ID right here, which is going to take in the ID of the task when we are using this to edit a form. And we have our form data right here, which is basically the ID, title, description, data, character. And we can see the use effect basically just to get the task by ID if the ID exists, which you can see right here. So if we're in the editing mode, which is if it's edit, if we're using this form to edit the task, it's going to get the task by ID and it's going to display the already existing task information. So this is basically just to handle the change. Let's say what we saw this before when we are typing in a value, just going to update the value right here we have in the form data. Then this to handle submit. Basically, when you're submitting, you just update the task. And if we are editing, we are going to update a task. If we are not editing, that means we are creating a task, which is basically we're going to call it create task endpoint. And that's it. When we are done, we go to the slash tasks so that we can view all the tasks. This is to handle a delete. We want to delete the task, and this is basically the template for the task. It's very straightforward. So I'm going to register this in my app.js, and I'm going to just come right here to copy this right here with the protected route, and I'm going to call this task form page and make sure it's been edited right here. I'm editing it right here. Task form page, and this is going to be slash task slash add, which we already saw. And since we are also using the same file to edit the task, I'm just going to call it slash task slash edit, and then we're passing in the ID, which is basically a variable, by using double column like ID right here. And we're passing in the ID of the task to edit. So that's it. So let me just check to make sure that I'm having an error right here, which I'm not. Or it's telling me that I'm having a navigate, which I'm not using. I can just get rid of that. I'm not using it. So our code right now is clean. I'm going to come right here to my Chrome, click on Add Task, and we can see the task form is there. If I click on Edit this task right here, chapter 5, go click on Edit, you can see all the task information is populated. I can just say edited, something like that. Click on Update Task, you can see reach chapter 5 of book edited, means that that task was edited. So let me add the task and let's see. Click on Add Task. I'm just going to say just to go to, let's just say, task should be remember, I don't really know, it's kind of a weird task. Remember to go to bed. To go to bed. It's just a weird task. Let me just say, put in some kind of, let's say, bed icon, something like this. This can come in, and then maybe do some kind of happy stuff right here, like weird stuff. And the date is going to be like, today is 13th, let's just say today, and the priority is like, it's very high because I'm currently tired and need to sleep. So now click on create task, and we can see right here, remember to go to bed is there, and it was created today, it's 13th, and the date is 13th. I can click on man completed, we can see it's completed, I can click edit, and my edit, and it's going to work. So now that's fine, our implementation is working fine. But for now, if I go to like any kind of random API right here, random routes, you can see it's going to show this kind of weird stuff because the route does not exist. So let's kind of have a fallback URL for this. So to do that, I'm going to come right here and I'm going to have a fallback, which is basically just to have my routes right here, and I'm going to say path. If the path is unknown, it's like that. I'm going to have my element, element, which is going to just be to navigate, and I think I need that navigate again, basically to navigate, and I'm just going to navigate to, which is going to be, which is going to be the slash tasks, something like that. So what's going on here? The tree is not showing up. Okay, this navigation should be an component right here. So this is a fallback route. Let me just call it fallback route for unknown pages, something like that. Fallback route for unknown pages. So yeah, so if I go back right here and just go to like some random kind of stuff right here, I click on enter, we can see it has fallen back to this task right here. So that means our implementation is done and we've tested it out and it's working correctly. I can go to my task, I can filter by priority. This is by all low, we can see all low priority is here. I can filter by medium, we can see all medium is here. I can filter by high or high is here. And I can filter by status, I can add a task which we saw, I can log out. That has been logged out. Let me just create an account and log in. Let's log in with Mary. There was I think we did Samantha. Let's log in with Samantha. And username Samantha, password Samantha, log in. We can see Samantha does not have a task. She can start adding a task by just seeing my first tasks. And just do some kind of happy stuff right there. And the due date should be, let's say, 24th, and the priority is medium. Create a task, we can see our task is there. So right now we can see that when I log in as Mary, Mary can see only her task. I log in as Dennis, Dennis can see only her task. So this application now can be, given to people to register and be used as their task manager. Now let's move forward to deploy this service to our cloud. We're going to be deploying to AWS cloud. So I already have a little documentation of all the steps involved to deploy, and I'm going to leave a link to this documentation which we are going to follow. So how are we going to do this? We are first of all going to create a database in our remote cloud, which is AWS, and we're going to configure that. After that, we are going to deploy our backend application to EC2 server, and we are going to deploy and package our our React front end to our server. So that's basically what we are going to do. Deployment basically is to push your code from your development environment, which is our local host, to a production server, which in our end will be using AWS. So let's just get on with this. I'm going to just start by creating a database in the cloud and then link that to our project. So to do that, just come right here to your browser, go to aws.amazon.com, and right there, you click on sign into console right here. And you are going to be prompted to pass in your details to sign in. If you do not have an account, click on create a new AWS account. It's free and you can use materials for 1 year. So I already have an account. I'm just going to log in and pass my details to log in and click on sign in. After you successfully sign in, you are going to come to a page like this. For your end, you might not see this recent visited place because these are things I've used in the past. But at your end, you're not going to see this right here. So what we're going to do first is to create a database. So come right here in the search right here at the search input and type in RDS. So that's going to bring some RDS stuff. So click on Aurora and RDS right here. Basically here it says manage relational database sets. So click on that. And after this, at the left right here, you're going to see a database right here where my cursor is. Click on that databases. And if you already have a database, you're going to see the list of all the database right here. But if you do not have, and for the sake of this course, we're going to be creating a database. So click on this icon right here that says create database. So after that, based on the database you are using on your project, for those who are using Postgres, you can create a Postgres DB. For those using MySQL, you can create a MySQL right here. But because I'm using MySQL, I'm going to be demonstrating this with a MySQL. So now let's do this right here. Click on, make sure you are selecting a standard create. Then in the engine option, your database type, click on MySQL right here. For those who are to use Postgres, they can click on Postgres. So move down and click on show only version that support this and click on this as well. This is going to show you the engine version. It's going to auto select that for you. For the template, we are not going to be in the production mode. We want a free tier. So click on the free tier. This is going to create a simple DB instance for us. Move down, and for the database instance identifier, we just want to call this task, something like that. Task, that's going to be the instance identifier, which is going to display in the running instance for the database. Then let's create a credential to accessing this database, and we're going to have in our username here, which I'm going to leave as admin, and then I'm going to create a password here. Let's leave it at self-managed, and I'm going to have a password right here, which I'm going to call, let me just call it, I don't know, let's say then then 123, let's say ABC12. So that's our password, and let me just quickly log it here so I won't forget. Come right here and just do something like this. Let me just say AWS. You know what? Let me just create a new document and then just log information there so I will not forget. Let me just say AWS DB credentials. So the password is I've forgotten again. Let's just quickly do that again. And that's going to be here. And the password is, let me just do that again, is then 123 ABC12. So let me just do that then 123 capital ABC12. So just do that at your end, whatever password you pass in. Our username is admin. You can see right there, this is going to be used to connect to our DB. So have your password right there, then we type the password again to confirm. Then move down, move down, move down. Then let's click on additional storage configuration. For here, we just leave it as it is. Then move down, move down. Then for the public access right here, make sure it is yes. When you select this to be yes, it's going to allow you to be able to connect outside of the AWS platform. Move down for additional configuration. Our port is 3306. You can leave it as it is, or you can modify if you do not like this port. So move down, leave this everything as it is. Move down, move down. Let me check what's here. Then click on the additional configuration, and the initial database name is, we just want to have our initial database name. Let's just call it task DB, and then move down, everything is going to be fine right there. So that's all you need to do. Just click on create database. Before I click on that, let me just move back again so we see what we need to do. So to do that, just search for RDS right here. Make sure it's on standard create. Select your engine right here. Select your database right here. Then the engine is going to be by default. Leave it as it is. The template should be free tier. Then add your instance name. Then create your username and password for logging in, which is this. Then move down and click on public access right here. Where is it? Where is it? There's a place for you to click on public access. Let me see. See, this is right here. So select yes for public access, and then you can choose to create an initial database name. It's optional, and that's it. And just click on create database right here, and it's going to create a database for us. And so that's it. And let me just see what's here. So that's it. We can see a database has been created. I can just close this. I don't need it. And for now, we can see the status is creating, and this is our DB is identifier, which we call task. So I'm just going to wait for this status to finally create, and I'm going to proceed with the necessary configuration. So we can see after a while our status is not available, and if I click on it right there, we can see status available, and this is going to be the endpoint, which is basically going to be our database URL. So let me just copy that. So I'm going to save it right here and just say URL is going to be that, and that's it. So I'm going to come right here again, and our port is 3306. So let's not forget about that. Yeah, which is just a port 3306. So what we're going to do now is to modify the security group so that we'll be able to connect to this database outside. So in AWS, everything is all about security and permission. So whatever you are doing, and whenever you are about to set up an environment, you need to just work on the security or the permission so people outside here can have access to that resource. So click on the VPN security right here. Then you click the security group ID right here. Then what we're going to do is to click on the edit IBAN rules right here. So click on that. And what we're going to do now is to make sure that we have a custom TCP, and that's going to be a custom IPv4. So what I'm going to do now, I can probably just get rid of this because I'm not expecting you to have that. So yours might just be like this right here. Yours might just be like this. What you're going to do now is to click on add new rule. Click on add new rule. Here should be custom TCP, and then the source IP is going to be custom IP4, which is basically from everywhere, and then just click on save rule right there. So click on that, and our inbound rule has been saved. And I'm coming, let me just come right here again, and then yeah, so that's it. Our inbound rule has been saved. And after that, we're going to connect our database to our workbench. If you are using whatever workbench you are using to connect to your database, then we have to do that now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to open my workbench right there. I'm going to just go home right here. I'm going to click on my SQL connection right here. Click on that. I'm going to just call this AWS. Let's just say RDS. Just call it task, task DB. And our host name is going to be our URL, which is this right here, which is this task something right here, which is this right here. If I go back to if I go back to my RDS, let me go to RDS right here. Go back to my RDS and this come up. I'll go back to my database. This is my instance right here. If I click on the instance, and we can see this is our endpoint, which is basically what we'll be using to call, which is basically our URL. So click on that to copy, and in the host name, that's going to be our host name. Then our port is 3306. Then our username is admin, and our password is going to be this stuff right here. This is our password right here. So copy that, and in the password, just paste it that. Okay. And then click on test connection. Let's see if this is going to be connected. You can see successfully made the MySQL connection, which means we've successfully be connected. So just click on OK. It's going to open up, which is going to be this. Click on that. I'm not sure I saved the password. Okay, let me just do that again. Let me check if I saved the password. Edit connection and password again. You know what? Let's just forget about that. Let me just try to connect it. If there's no password, it's going to prompt it to pass in a password. Let's just wait and allow it to open fully. Okay, we can see that has been successfully opened. And we can see right here, we have our task DB, which was the database we initially set up to create when our instance is up. So this is our task DB. And what we're going to do now is to connect our project to this database remote DB right here. So what I'm going to do that is I'm going to open this up, go to my project, which is basically this. I'm going to replace this with my production connection. So just come right here and say my SQL, just say AWS DB connection is going to be our URL now is going to be this. It's going to be this right here, which is this right here. So just copy that, and that's going to be right here. And so that's going to be our URL right there, and our port is 3306, and our database name is called task DB which is going to be called task DB right there. So let's just click on run and check if it's going to successfully connect to this database. So click on run right here. If it's connected, it's not going to throw an error. Okay, sorry, I did not pass in a username and a password, so this is not going to work. So it's going to throw me an error right now. So let me pass in my username and password, and I'm just going to come back again. And my username is admin and my password is this. So let's come down. We can see we're having error. We were not able to connect. So my username is admin and my password is this. So let me just try again to rerun and see if the connection is going to be successful. We can see our project is successfully connected, and that means we've been able to connect to our DB. So I'm just going to go back to my workbench. I'm going to open this task DB to check if I have some table. We can see right here we have our tables coming up, tasks and users, because we already specify right here that the DDP should be auto, which means we can auto update the database. So we've successfully connected our project to our cloud database. So that has been done. What we are going to do next is to create our server on the cloud so we can deploy our backend application there. I'm going to go back right here to my AWS, and right here search for EC2 right here. So type in EC2 in the search bar, and you're going to see EC2 right here. We can see the description. It's telling us it's a virtual servers in the cloud. It's basically just a computer like your laptop in the cloud where you can deploy whatever you want right there. So just click on that EC2. And right here is going to show you some stuff like that. You can click on launch instance right here, but we're going to do that shortly. Now at the left part, you're going to see instances right here. Click on that, and it's going to show you an existing instance you have. So for this account, I don't have that, an existing instance. So I'm going to click on this kind of fancy button right here that says launch instances. Click on that, and it's going to open an environment for us to configure our instance or our server. So name and tag right here, just type in your instance name. You want it to be called tasks, and moving down the application and OS image, which is basically your runtime environment, your server. We want that to be a Linux, Amazon Linux. I'm going to click on Amazon Linux. If you want Mac OS or Ubuntu or Windows, you can click on any environment you want. But a Linux is more like a most used environment, so let's leave it on Amazon Linux. And make sure these are free tier eligible so you can use it for free. And this should be free tier. And right here, we are going to create a new key pair. A new key pair is basically an RSA file which will help you to log in into the server from anywhere you are in the world. So click on create new key pair right here, and enter the key pair name. Let's call it task, and the key pair type is going to be RSA, and the PEM file is going to be .pem. So leave it as is. Click on create key pair, and we can see that has been downloaded. And if I go to my downloads right now, downloads, we can see the key pair right there is right there. That's task.pem. So that's it. Let's keep moving down, and we're going to leave everything as it is. Leave everything as it is. Click on advanced type. Leave everything as it is. We're not basically going to do anything right here. So let's just leave everything as they are. Then what we just need to do is pass in your name, select your OS image, and then generate your key pair. That's all you need to do. So when we're done with that, just click on this below right here that says launch instance, and then let's click on that. We can see we are being told to hold on as our instance is being created. So we can see successfully launched. Let's click on this instance ID to get to see our instance. Click on that, and it's going to open our instance up in a new tab, and it's going to try to show us the state of that instance. We can see right here, our instance state has been created and it's running, and there's still some status checkup right here. So as that is checking up, I'm just going to click on the instance right there. We're going to make some configuration right there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on this. Okay, before we do that, our IP has not been set up. So let's just wait for everything to be set up before we continue with the configuration. Let me just leave it, take it back and wait for the status to be, checked. So we can see right now our status check is complete and it has been passed. So I'm going to click on the instance right here by clicking on the ID. And it's going to reveal more information about the instance. So this is going to be our public IP, which is basically going to be used to connect to this any resource on the instance via the internet, which I'm just going to come right here and say public IP and register it there. And also we are also going to have a private IP which we can use for internal connection or from a localized server. Let's just forget about that. We're not really doing DevOps. So let's just focus on the basic configuration. So then move down, we are going to click on the security right here. As I said earlier, everything on AWS cloud is all about security and configuration. So click on the security right here below. Click on the security, and then we have a security group right here. Click on it. And right here, we are going to click on the edit IBAN rules so we can expose our ports. So click on edit IBAN rules. And right here, we can see we only have the permission to access this resource using the SSH, which is basically the PEM file we created. And we are able to connect to this resource from any port range. For our application, is running on port 3030. I want to be able to connect to the service on this server using that port, and also want to be able to access it using a HTTP with outside the SSH. So we're going to add a new rule right there. Click on add rule, and this is going to be a custom TCP, and the port range is going to be 3030, and then the source is going to be custom IP4 right here, anywhere IP4. This is going to allow us to access this resource on this port over the network. So click on save rule, and we can see that rule have been saved. And if I go back to my EC2 right here, I go to instance, and this is the instance right here. So what we're going to do is we're going to connect to this instance. So to do that, I'm just going to click on connect right here. And when I click on connect, it's going to show us different way to connect to that instance. I want to use an SSH client to connect to it. By basically using the PEM file I created to connect to it. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to, first of all, go to where my PEM file is. I'm going to just move it away from there and put it in a different folder. Let me just come to my Figure Dev and create a new directory right here, new folder called, let's just call it PEM, something like that, which is going to house our PEM. I'm just going to move this. I'm going to move my PEM file right there to this folder. I'm going to move it into the PEM directory right here. That's where our PEM file is. So having done that, I'm going to connect to this by opening my terminal so that I can use the SSH client. I'm going to open my terminal. I'm just going to just exit this and create a new terminal right here. I'm just going to zoom this up. If you are a Windows user, I will suggest you download a Git bash. That will enable you to have access to the Linux command. So go to Git bash for Windows. I don't know, Git bash download. Let's see for Windows. So just if you're a Windows user, just go to Git and just download Git, and it's going to download the Git bash for you, which will help you to access the Linux command. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to these are the steps for me to run it. It's telling me one, open SSH client, which is my terminal right here, or my git bash. And then two is telling me to run this command. And then it's telling me to, after that, I'm going to connect to the server right using this URL right here. So I'm going to do that and open my terminal. I'm going to set it to where my PEM file is, which is Backend dev PEM, which is this. So if I do ls, let me just do this again. If I do ls, we can see our PEM file is right here. And I'm going to first of all do chmod 400 task.pem. This is going to grant this PEM file an administrative access, which will allow us to be able to use that file to access and manage resource on our server. So just going to copy that, paste it there, do that, and we can see that has been given the permission to this file. So after that, I'm just going to copy this ssh-i and then a link in our server, URL, which is going to help us to log into the server. So click on this right here and come right here, just paste it there. And SSH means secure shell protocol. -I means we are using this to log in, and this is the URL. So do I need fingerprint? Yes, do that. And that's going to permanently add this. And we can see we've successfully logged into the server, which is basically just a server that just can be our local machine, anything. So if I do pwd right here, we can see this is our directory and this is our public IP right here. User IP 172, that is that public IP. Okay, that's our private IP right there. Let me just come and see. I don't really think this information is needed. Yeah, this is our private IP right here. This 172, something like that. But we've successfully logged into the server. And what I'm going to do next, let me just clear this up so we can see some space right here. What we're going to do next is to update the resource on the server, is to update the server environment so it can download the latest dependency needed. So to do that, I'm just going to say sudo. Sudo means that I'm accessing, I want to do this as an administrator. I'm just going to do sudo yum, yum, and then update. Click on enter, and it's going to try to update the dependency on this cloud environment. We can see no dependency resolved. I think everything's already fine, it has already been cleaned up for us, and we're good to go. Now, what we're going to do next is to install, since we're going to be deploying a Java-based application, and we already know that Java runs on JDK, we need to have a Java environment in our server so we can run JDK. So if I just do Java right here, -- version, we can see that there's no Java version installed, no JDK is installed, which means that we cannot at this point run a Java project on our server. So we need to install Java on our server so we can run a Java project. If we are deploying a Python project or a Node project, we need to have Python installed on our server or Node installed so we can run those projects. So now let's do that. I'm just going to go back right here to, where is it again? I'm going to go back to to the script I'm following. This is going to be a link for me to download my Java environment. Just click on that, and it's basically an Amazon link that is going to show you how to, install package. So here we're going to be using this command to install Java 21 on our environment. So just copy this. I'm going to installing the headless corrector Java 21 version, which is basically a long-term stable version. So click on that, go to my terminal, and in my server, just paste it there. And I'm just going to wait for it, and it's going to try to download. So total size is 104 MB, total installed. Is that okay? Yeah, sure. Go ahead. So right now we can see our Java version has been installed correctly in our environment. So if I want to confirm if that was really installed, just do Java space -- version, and we can see this is now our runtime environment. So which means we've successfully set up our environment. So what we're going to do next is we're going to bundle our project and then push it to this, and then look for a way to bring it to this environment so we can run it right there. So I'm going to go back to my projects in my Visual Studio Code, in my IntelliJ right here. I'm going to stop it, and I'm going to just first of all just go to my home, and I want the name of the project to be called Task App. I think that's the name already, and the version should be, let me just say one. These are not needed. I just want to, in case I'm generating a target file, I just want to generate a kind of a specific name for that. So you know what? Let's just forget about this. Let's just leave it as it is, and let's build so we can get our jar file. So to do that, I'm going to come right here, go to the Maven right here, this little icon, come right here to your task app right here, click on the life cycle, and then we're just going to click on the package. This package is going to generate a jar file for us, and that jar file is going to be on our target folder right here. Click on that package, and let's just watch and see what's going to happen. So right now we can see it has been packaged successfully, and we can see right here, if you go to your target class right here, we can see we have our task app, and then the full jar file right here is there, which now we can run. So alternatively, if you do not want to use this, GUI tool to package, you can actually go to your terminal right here. Let me just see if that's coming, and you can just do mvn, which is Maven PACKAGE. That's also going to a command that's also going to package your application right there, provided you have Maven installed on your machine. But you don't need to worry about that. Just use this to package so you can create a jar file for yourself. So now what we're going to do now is to move this jar file into the server so we can run the application on the server. So I'm going to come right here to my terminal. You know what, let me just open this in my Visual Studio Code terminal, which is terminal right here, and move this up. And then I'm going to CD into this target file so I can have access to this task file, so I can move it using an SCP command to the server. So just go to CD target. I don't know if this is very visible, and I'm now in the target folder. And if I do ls, we can see I have a list of my generated jar file. So we're going to be working with this and not this jar.origin. And this is actually a file and not an app. So we're going to be working on this app right here. So I'm going to look for a way to move this into the server right here by using the SCP. So before I do that, let me just do ls right here, and I'm going to, let me just do pwd. This is my current directory in the folder, and I want to create a directory called projects, where I'm basically going to be pushing my projects to. I'm going to use the command make directory mkdir. I'm going to call it projects. Let me just call it projects. If I do ls, and I can see right here, this is folder has been created for me called projects right here in my cloud server. So now let's move this application right here to our cloud. I already have the scripts to do that right here. Is it, where is my, which is already right here. So first of all, this is just the script. Use the SCP, means secure command. Secure SCP means to secure copy, and -I, this means you are using your PEM file to move a jar file to the location of the server right there. So first of all, I'm just going to get the location of my PEM file so that I can pass that there. So I'm just going to come right here, create a new window right here. Let's create a basic profile, and let me pause, and do, I'm just go to where my PEM file is, which is cd finger dev PEM file ls, and to get the location of this PEM file, do pwd, and you're going to get access to the PEM file. I think if you're on a PowerShell, you cannot do pwd on PowerShell, so I will advise you download a Git file so you can have access to the Linux command. So this, I'm going to copy the direction, the folder where my PEM file is, copy that, come right here, and I just say PEM location, which is going to be this. And then I'm going to also get the location for my project, my server location for this project folder. I'm just going to go into the project folder cd project and do pwd, and this is going to be my server location for the project. For the project folder where I want to push my jar file to, let me copy that and come here and say server location, which is going to be this right here. Everything looks good. And then I'm going to rewrite my command right here, which I'm going to basically, before then, let me also come right here and get my what's it called, my jar file name, which is this. Just looking for, okay, going to copy the jar file name, copy that, and come right here and say jar file name, which is this, right? Everything looks good right here. Let me just zoom this up a bit. And so I'm going to rebuild my command to copy this using SCP. Just going to come right here and copy this right here and come right here and come here. And that's going to be SCP, means secure copy dash I, meaning we're going to be using a file, which is the location of our PEM file, which is this right here. And then I'm just going to then say slash the name of the PEM file, which is, what was the name again? Which should be, let me see. The name was task.pem. Let me just copy the name right there, which is slash task.pem. And then after that, I'm going to say, then what was going on here? And then my jar file name, which is this, which I'm going to be copying to the server, which is this. And then the location where I want to copy it to, which is going to be this right here. Before I copy the location, let me also get my username for my server, which is going to be, let me use my public username for the server, which is going to be this right here. This, which is this other one right here. And which is going to be this, and then put your column right there with your column, and then no space, just make everything bundled together, and then you pass in the location of the folder where you want to move it to, which is this right there. So that's it. So with this command, you can actually move your resource to the folder. Just move that is different. So this is it. This is what we need. Why is this different? For me, space your task file, space the location of this, then command this here. So let me just copy that. This should be small letter SCP. Let's just copy that and see if that's going to work. I don't want to type it manually right here. We can actually do that. So make sure you're in the full location where the jar file is you want to push, and then just copy that and click on enter, and let's see if it's going to work. And just keep a watch on it to see if it's going to move it. You can see connection was closed. Permission was denied for this. Okay, public key, this was denied. Okay, so I'm going to check what is going on right there. So the error we are having right here is because I'm not passing the right username for my server for connection. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come back right here. I'm going to go to the connection right here. I think this was an example of how to use SSH, and this was the username that was provided for us. So I'm just going to copy that again and come right here, paste it, and then let me just come right here and say SSH connection. Paste it, and then I'm going to use their username right here. which is EC2 dash user, then you put in this kind of crap right here. So for me, I did not pass in EC2 dash user apps. I will just pass in just the other one. So let me make that correction at my end, and then let's make that correction again, and then let me then retry that. So let me just come right here and give it, let's just see. Let's give a unique, the same like space, like the same font. So this is going to be scp-i, where the location of your PEM file, the file you want to transfer, and then the username of your server. Then put in a colon, then the location or the folder where you want to transfer the jar file to. So I'm just going to copy this again. I've rewrote it correctly. Come right here, do ls. We can see our jar file is here. Let me clear this up a bit so we can see it. Then have it right there, and then check if it's going to move this file. We can see it's moving and it's kind of the percentage is counting. So that means that we are moving our jar file to the server. So as we can see, our project has been moved successfully to our server as it is 100%. So I'm going to go back to my server right here. I'm just going to do ls. What's going on? Okay, I think that has been logged out. I'm just going to try to log in again. And to do that login, I'm just going to come right here, have my login right here, SSH where my PEM file is, which is basically here. Login back again, and then cd, just do ls, cd to my projects, and ls. We can see this is our file right here, which has been moved. So what we're going to do now is just to run this file. That's just it. To run it, you just do java dash jar and then the file name, and that's all. That's going to run the file. We can see our file is running up, and let me see. Data is running. We can see these normal logs that we encounter when we are running a file, and it's running on port. Let me just wait and check it out. It was running on port 3030. See if I can figure that out. Our application was actually specified on port 3030. So yeah, we can see right here, Tomcat started on port 3030. So I'm going to test this out on Postman. I'm going to go to my Postman. Before then, I'm going to get hold of the public IP. That's basically what we're going to be using to connect to it. So just go to my public IP to my server right here. Go to my Postman. I'm just going to create a new sign up right here. And where is it? And come right here. And that's going to be our URL. That is not going to be our production URL right here, and slash 3030 API or something like that, and pass in your username and password. Let me just say, let's just call this Sam, or let's just call this John, and then password is John. Let's check if we can access and log in. Click on send, and we can see user was registered successfully. And if I come right here to my server right here, we can see inside sign up, which means that we're actually consuming our server production URL right here. So if I go to my database on my RDS, which we already connected to, I can just say select all from, where is it? Task dot, what's the database name? TaskDB, okay. TaskDB dot task, something like that, and I see, so what's that? Okay, that's not task, that's dot user something, sorry, because we're actually releasing a user right there. You can see this is the user, the username was John, which was actually John, and we saw that this was a production our AWS EC2 URL right here. So that means we'll be able to deploy it, and we can use this application in production right now. So what we're going to do right now is we can come to our front end, and I just change this is my front end, right? Yes. And I just change the API right here. Where is it? I can change my API right here now to the production endpoint. I'm going to start using the production endpoint. Let me do that quickly and just come right here for that the production URL. Just replace it right here, and it's now the production endpoint. So let me just run my front end. It's running. Let's just go back again. And we can see right now there's no task because let me log out and log in again as John, which is it was John, the new guy that was created, and John log in. We can see this is John has no task, so let me add a task for him. Just going to say my oh, it was added. Okay, let me just edit it. My first task. Let me just say my first production task. Description due date is going to be like 16th, and medium is, let's say, high. Let update task. We can see right now we're actually saving the information to the production. As if I go to my server right here, we can see inside get my task, get task by ID, like these are being called the production environment. Now there's one problem with this is that let's just say if I exit my terminal right here, let me quit my terminal right here. If I terminate and quit my terminal and I come right here, we can see error fetching the tags means that our URL is not working. If I come right here and I click on next, we can see it could not connect, means that when I terminate my server or when I terminate my terminal, it's going to stop the application in the server. So that's not a good thing to do. So what is a situation whereby when we exit from our terminal, our server is going to continue to work. That's what we want to do. So let's just quickly do that by running our application in a screen. So let me just go to the PEM XML, the PEM file. Alternatively, instead of going to the PEM file to log in the server, you can actually just do something like this. You can actually just have a location to the PEM file. Okay, I'm having a call again. Okay, I've paused it. You can actually have a custom script to load your PEM file by just doing something like this. SSH, that's going to be -I and give an absolute direction to the PEM file, which is this /dev/PEM and then your task right there. So click on enter. Okay, could not locate that. Okay, let me just check. And let me just say pwd. This is going to be my absolute path right here, which is this. Let me just quickly do that shortly. I don't really want to waste time on this. Okay. Let's just say to log in, I'm just going to use this right here. And that's going to be -I, and then the absolute parts of our task is going to be // just coming cd fig_dev/PEM and then ls task app. So that's going to be this/this. Just quickly make this 12, and then this is our task right here, and then so I'm just going to copy this right here. So wherever we are, we can actually, let's just say cd home. Wherever we are, we can actually just copy that to login. We will not resolve this. Okay, let me just remove the /PEM. This should be /PEM/ I don't know. Let me just check. I'm just trying to. Yeah, we have been logged in. So this was actually /PEM/ the file name. So with this, wherever you are in you don't need to move to the actual PEM file because this is going to go to your root and it's going to just go directly to your PEM file and have access to it. Now if we log in again, cd project ls. So this is our project and it's currently not running because whenever we exit our terminal right here, the application is stopped. But we don't want to do that. We want to be able to run this on a screen. So to do that, we're going to use a screen. And to create a screen, I already have like what is it called? I already have like the logins out there to do that. Did I say logins? I already have I already have the documentation to create a screen, which is this. You can just follow it up and see how it's done. So I didn't know it, so I'm just going to do that quickly. So to create a screen, you're just going to use the command screen, then you say dash capital S, meaning we're creating a new screen, and just give it a name, which we're basically just going to call task app. Then enter, and we can see the screen has been created. What we're going to do now is just to run the application by doing java -jar, and then just look for the name of the task, this, and click on enter, and we can see the application have started. And if I want to exit from this screen, I'm just going to do Control AD, which is going to exit me from this screen. Just do Control AD. Okay, let me wait for this to fully do. I think that should work. Okay, I was doing Shift AD. It's actually Control AD. That's going to detach you from the screen. And if you want to just check the screen, just do screen SCRAEN screen space .ls. You're going to see all the screen, and this is currently detached, means that this screen is running and it's running on the background. So I can actually exit from this thing right here, and then just close my terminal right here, and then just quit my terminal. I'm gone, and I can lock my laptop and go to bed. And if I come right here and just try this out, let's say I want to get logged in. I've already logged in. Let me just log in again as don't know. Let me just do that on my front end. And I come right here and I again refresh. We can see our task is there, means that we are able to connect to our server. So I can just come right here and just log out, and then register again. Let me just register. Let's register Sarah and register, and that has been registered. Let's log Sarah now. Sarah, log in. Sarah has been logged in. We can create a task for Sarah, and we can add a description. Priority, load, due date is going to be this. Create a task. We can see this Sarah's task. So that's going well, and everything is fine because we've successfully logged. Our server is running at the back end. So I'm just going to log in back to the server again. Just bring my terminal up. Then we can log in back and then show you some other commands. So come right here to log in. I'm just going to come here and copy my login stuff right here. Copy that. Just paste it here to log in. Do search for directory. Okay, right. Slash pen slash. Okay, I need to put this slash right there. So come here right here. Copy that to log in. And has been logged in, and then just go to ls. Let's just go to our project, or it can be next. So if I want to see my screen, I can say screen -ls. We can see this is our screen. If I want to log into this screen, I'm just going to say screen-arrow. I'm going to use the ID, which is 28638. I'm going to use the name. Let me just use the name screen/arrow, and the name is going to be task app. Click on enter. We can see we are logged back into the screen, and we can see all the activity. So to exit the screen, just do Control AD. Is going to leave the screen, and the screen will be running in the background. If I do screen-ls, is running in the background. Screen, I didn't spell the screen correctly. Now let me enter the screen-arrow, meaning where I want to enter the screen. Then just do task app or the ID. This time around, let's use the ID. We already used the name of the screen. Let's use the ID 28638. Okay, I didn't give a space after the arrow. Let's give a space. And 28638 dot task app. But screen-arrow 28638. Wow. Screen-ls. And you know what? Let's just come in again. Screen-arrow this. Okay. Yeah, I think we have to copy the full ID plus tax name. So now this is our screen, and let me exit this by doing Ctrl C. If you do Ctrl C, it's going to stop the service. Ctrl C right here, you can see the service has been stopped. And if I do screen-ls, we can see attached. So when you see attached, that means that screen has been stopped, right? That service on that screen If you can see attach, I can have multiple service on this screen. It's going to list all the service out. And when you see attached after in the bracket after that service, it means that that service has been stopped. And when you see detached, it means that that service is working. So now let me show you how to run a service and print a log elsewhere. So to do that, I'm just going to say java minus jar, then the file name, and then I want the logs to be printed in a different script. We will not have to always come and log in to see all the logs right here. We're going to do question mark and greater than, then just give the file name, which I'm going to call task, then .txt, or you can say .log, then space 2 greater than and 1. Click on enter. So that script is running, but it's not running on the logs are now being printed on this file called task.log. I'm just going to do Ctrl AD to exit. I can copy this command and just paste it so you can see. Then Ctrl AD is going to leave that screen. If I do string minus ls, we can see the screen is now detached, meaning that that service on that screen is running. If I do ls right here, we can see we have a new file called task.ts. And for me to see the logs on this task, on this file, I'm just going to do tail-f and then task.ts, enter. We can see this is our logs coming into this file right here. So we're no longer logging directly on our server, we're not logging into a file right here. I can easily delete this file and then so if I want to see the logs coming in on live, I can just come right here. Where is it? Come right here, just refresh right here. And if I go back to my server right here, you can see inside my alt tags, meaning that the logs are coming in live on this file. Just want to see is going to leave the file right there. Hit screen ls, and that's it. So I'm just going to have double E. I always make this mistake. So I'm going to have all the commands that you need to use to be able to do that. I'm going to have the command right here to be able to create a screen. It's already there. Okay, it's there. Be able to attach a screen. Okay, it's there. To stop a service. Okay, to run app on the background. That's it. That will help you to run the app on the background. And I think everything is moving fine right now. And let me just carry out this. And that's it. So what we're going to do now is to deploy our front-end application, which is this, to our S3 bucket. Now, to deploy our front end, I'm going to first of all, I already have the steps out there. Let me just see if I still have it here. I already have the steps right here, and I'm going to just leave a link to this. So I'm first of all just going to build my project. I'm going to come to my Visual Studio Code. I'm just going to stop this, Ctrl C, and clear this, just kind of zoom this up so we can see what's going on. And then I'm going to build the project. How to build the project? If I go to my package.json, I'm going to see something right here called build. So I'm just going to do npm run build. It's going to build the production version for me. So go to, before I do that, just make sure that in your API, you're already linking into your production URL right here. So in my terminal right here, I'm just going to do run npm run build. What's that? No, npm run, not npm. That's npm, not npm. npm run build. And that's going to create a production build file for me, which is going to be right here. Okay, we can see a production build file has been generated for me. And if I come right here, we can see there's a production build file right there for me. And so that's it. So after that, I can then go and create my S3 bucket, which is this, create my policy, and then I deploy my front-end application. So I'm going to go back to my AWS right here, just come right here and allow this to refresh. Come to the search right here, search input, and just search for S3. Type in S3. It's going to search, try to search, and it's going to bring in S3 right here. Click on the S3. and it's going to have something like this for me. And for me, I already have like one kind of a folder right here. So yeah, so if for you, I'm not expecting you to have any folder, but if you do have, that's fine. What we're going to do is to create a bucket right here. Click on this icon right here to say create bucket. Click on it. And then we're going to configure this, give it a bucket name. Your bucket name should be unique. So I'm just going to call it tasks dash, let's say ABC, something like that. And then leave the ownership to be ACL. Just leave everything as it is. Right here, click on this to unblock public access, then acknowledge, and then just scroll down. Everything is fine. Just click on create bucket right here. We can see bucket has been created called task ABC. So click on that bucket right there. Then click on permission right here. Then move down and within the bucket permission, click on edit. We're going to have place our bucket permission right here. This is going to allow users to be able to access objects from this bucket. So I already have the permission written out, which I'm just going to click right here. And I'm going to leave a link for all of these. So this is the permission link. I'm just going to copy it right here. You can actually search it on ChatGPT. It's going to also just give you the permission script for your bucket. So click on that, come right here, place the permission right here. I'm just going to replace this right here with my bucket ARN right here. So come right here, copy all of this right here, remove it, and then paste my bucket ARN right there. So I'm just going to move down and click on save change. So that has been saved, and our bucket should be allowed publicly right now, should be allowed to get access. So what I'm going to do now is to click on the property right here, then move down. You will see something that is called static web hosting, and we can see we can actually use Amplify app, or we can just edit this to use the static web hosting. So I'm not going to be talking about the Amplify app right now. Let's just continue with the existing one. So click on the edit right here. And static web hosting, click on enable, and then let's leave it on host a static website. For our index document, is going to be called the index.html, which is going to be the entry path. If there's error somehow, let's just also return it with the index.html. So click on save, and that has been saved. So what we're going to do now is to move our build file into this bucket. Click on the object right here, and then click on upload right here. Then here, just click on add files right here. We're going to look for where the task, where our project is. I've forgotten where it is, so let me just check the directory by doing pwd. That's in Figure Dev, then task React. Okay, that's where it is. So come right here again, go to Figure Dev right here, then go to task React right here. Then go to your build, and you're going to see all these files right here. Just copy all the files right there. It's going to select all the files except the static. Select all of them, click on open. It's going to import all of them right here. Then click on upload right here. You can see everything has been uploaded. So what we're going to do now is just to click on close right here. Then next is to upload a folder. So just click on this upload right here again. And now this time around, say add folder. Again, in the build part, click on the static, and it's going to upload the static folder. Click on upload, and then we don't really need any other thing below here. So just click on upload right there. So that has been uploaded, and if I just close this up right here, if I go to the object right here, we can see we have our static folder and all our index folder right here. So again, if I go to the property again, and if I come right here, when I edited the static website hosting, we already saw here, we have been given a bucket website endpoint, which I can just click on it. And we can see this is a public website bucket for me, so I can just log in as, who did I log in for? Or let me just start afresh. Let me create an account right here called, do I will see Dennis? I don't know. I think I did have a login called, I don't know. The last login we had was who? Let me check if I can remember. I think it was Sarah. Yeah, Sarah. So let me log in as Sarah in the production URL here. Sarah and password Sarah login. You can see this is Sarah, and we can see the task of the Sarah. So we have successfully deployed our front end to our cloud. We've deployed our backend to the cloud. We've created a database in the cloud, and our project is complete. So let me just quickly do some tests right here. Click on add new task. Let me just do some kind of happy face right here. Let's just say pro. Let's say deploy projects. Or let me just say yeah. Or let me just say build food app. That's a project I'm currently working on. Build food app. Description: build food app for users, and due date should be next month, which is basically June. And that priority is like, let's say medium. Create a task, or we can see build food app is there. Whenever I'm done with the project, I'm just going to click on this to mark as complete. So with this endpoint, users can come in here to create an account to start using this to manage their tasks, etc.